was nearly 10 years ago that a bright September day was darkened by the worst attack on the American people in our history. Hijacked planes cutting through a cloudless September sky.
Our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts.
Go ahead, Frank. Do you have United 93 south of Shark? We hear some funny noises. We're trying to get him. Do you have him? No.
I don't know where the hell they're getting their info. I said Washington has no clue when I called Washington about it. They didn't know what the hell was going on. Okay, the aircraft that is covered by the White House is now near the Pentagon.
Another one just hit the building. Wow. Wow, another one hit it hard. Another one just hit the World Trade. Anybody know what that smoke is in lower Manhattan?
Nobody move, please. Going back to the airport.
Yamasaki Minaru was born on December 1st, 1912, in Seattle, Washington, to Japanese immigrants, John and Hannah Yamasaki. The family later moved to Auburn, Washington, and he graduated from Garfield Senior High School in Seattle. He enrolled in the University of Washington program in architecture in 1929 and graduated with a Bachelor of Architecture in 1934. He earned money to pay for his tuition by working at a salmon cannery in Alaska, working 5 summers and earning $50 a month plus 25 cents an hour in overtime pay. In part to escape anti-Japanese prejudice, he moved to Manhattan in 1934 with $40 and no job prospects. He wrapped dishes for an importing company until he found work as a draftsman and engineer. He enrolled at New York University for a master's degree in architecture and got a job with the architecture firm Shreve, Lamb & Harmon, designers of the Empire State Building. The firm helped Yamasaki avoid internment as a Japanese American during World War II, and he himself sheltered his parents in New York City. Yamasaki was politically active during his early years, particularly in efforts to relocate Japanese Americans affected by the internment program in the United States during World War II. In 1955, he designed the sleek terminal at Lambert St. Louis International Airport, which led to his 1959 commission to design the Daran International Airport in Ammanlakatualerabia-Tostaliaton. Yamasaki's first widely acclaimed design was the Pacific Science Center with its iconic lacy and airy decorative arches. It was constructed by the city of Seattle for the 1962 Seattle World's Fair. The building raised his public profile so much that he was featured on the cover of Time magazine. In 1962, Yamasaki and his firm were commissioned to design his most well-known project, the World Trade Center, with Emery Roth and Sons serving as his associate architects. The Twin Towers used a tube frame design, which required 40% less structural steel than conventional building designs. The structure was inspired by the architectural ethic of Le Corbusier and was the seminal expression of Yamasaki's Gothic modernist tendencies. Yamasaki was also inspired by Islamic architecture, elements of which he incorporated in the building's design. Yamasaki was a favorite designer of the bin Laden family's patrons, the Saudi royal family. Yamasaki described its plaza as, quote, a mecca, a great relief from the narrow streets and sidewalks of the surrounding Wall Street area, unquote. True to his word, Yamasaki replicated the plan of Mecca's courtyard by creating a vast, delineated square, isolated from the city's bustle by low colonnaded structures and capped by two enormous, perfectly square towers, minarets, really. Yamasaki's courtyard mimicked Mecca's assemblage of holy sites, the Kaaba containing the sacred stone, what some believe is the burial site of Hagar and Ishmael, and the Holy Spring, by including several sculptural features, including a fountain, and he anchored the composition in a radial circular pattern similar to Mecca's.
الكافرين
At the base of the towers, Yamasaki used implied pointed arches, derived from the characteristically pointed arches of Islam, as a transition between the wide column spacing below and the dense structural mesh above. Europe imported pointed arches from Islam during the Middle Ages, and so non-Muslims have come to think of them as innovations of the Gothic period. Soaring above was the pure geometry of the towers, swathed in a shimmering skin which doubled as a structural web, a giant truss. Here, Yamasaki was following the Islamic tradition in wrapping a powerful geometric form in a dense filigree, as in the inlaid marble pattern work of the Taj Mahal or the ornate carvings of the courtyard and the domes of the Alhambra. The shimmering filigree is the mark of the holy, according to Oleg Grabar, the great American scholar of Islamic art and architecture. The dense filigree of complex geometries alludes to a higher spiritual reality in Islam, and the shimmering quality of Islamic patterns relates to the veil that wraps the Kaaba at Mecca. After the 9/11 attack on the World Trade Center, Grabar spoke of how these towers related to the architecture of Islam, where, quote, the entire surface is meaningful and every part is both construction and ornament. A number of designers from West Asia agreed, describing the entire facade as a giant mashrabiyah, the tracery that fills the windows of mosques.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
فاتقوا الله أيها المسلمون وهبوا لنصرة دينكم فإن الإسلام يناديكم وإسلاماه وإسلاماه وإسلاماه.
Having rejected modernism and the Saudi royal family, it's no surprise that bin Laden would turn against Yamasaki's work in particular. He must have seen how Yamasaki had clothed the World Trade Center, a monument of Western capitalism, in the raiment of Islamic spirituality. Such mixing of the sacred and the profane is old hat to us.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Home already? Boy, time really flies when you're reading the Bible. Ew.
Nothing beats the Bible.
After all, Cass Gilbert's classic Woolworth building, dubbed the Cathedral to Commerce, is decked out in extravagant Gothic regalia. But to someone who wants to purify Islam from commercialism, Yamasaki's implicit mosque to commerce would be anathema.
The US government has committed acts that are extremely unjust, hideous, and criminal through its support of the Israeli occupation of Palestine. And we believe the US is directly responsible for those killed in Palestine, Lebanon, and Iraq. Due to its subordination to the Jews, the arrogance of the United States regime has reached the point that they occupied Arabia, the holiest place of the Muslims.
To bin Laden, the World Trade Center was probably not only an international landmark, but also a false idol.
This violence we've seen is a part of a few people trying to stop the progress toward democracy. Fallujah, and our troops are taking care of business. But that PDB said nothing about an attack on America. It talked about, as you might recall, there were some specific threats for overseas that we reacted to. And as the president, I wanted to know whether there was any actionable intelligence. And I looked at the August 6th briefing. I was satisfied that some of the matters were being looked into. But that PDB said nothing about an attack on America. Had I known there was going to be an attack on America, I would have moved mountains to stop the attack. I'd have done everything I can. My job is to protect the American people. And I asked the intelligence agency to analyze the data to tell me whether or not we faced a threat internally like they thought we had faced a threat in other parts of the world. That's what the PDB request was. And had there been actionable intelligence, we'd have moved on it. I'm satisfied that I never saw any intelligence that indicated there was going to be an attack on America, at a time and a place of an attack. Of course we knew that America was hated by Osama bin Laden.
From the day she started the job, she was told repeatedly by one of her supervisors that there was no urgency, that she should take longer to translate documents so that the department would appear overworked and understaffed. That way it would receive a larger budget for the next year. Edmund says that the supervisor, in an effort to slow her down, went so far as to erase completed translations from her FBI computer after she'd left work for the day.
The next day I would come to work, turn on my computer, and the work would be gone, the translation would be gone. Then I had to start all over again and retranslate the same document. And I went to my supervisor and he said, consider it a lesson and don't talk about it to anybody else and don't mention it.
What's the lesson?
The lesson was don't do these translations. Go out and spend 2 hours, lunch breaks, don't go and get coffee downstairs, go 8 blocks away, just chat with your friends. But don't do the work because this is our chance to increase the number of people here in this department.
I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive. Some people call you the elite. I call you my base.
All right, you need another.
The Bojinka plot was a large-scale 3-phase terrorist attack planned but never executed by Ramzi Youssef and Khalid Sheikh Mohammed for January 1995. They intended to assassinate Pope John Paul II, blow up 11 airliners in flight from Asia to the United States, with the goal of killing approximately 4,000 passengers and shutting down air travel around the world, and crash a plane into the headquarters of the United States Central Intelligence Agency in Langley, Virginia. Despite careful planning, the Bojinka plot was disrupted after a chemical fire drew the attention of the Philippine National Police on January 6th and 7th, 1995. Youssef and Mohammed were unable to stage any of the 3 attacks. The The only fatality resulted from a test bomb planted by Youssef on Philippine Airlines Flight 434, which killed 1 person and injured 10 others. They also planted 2 other bombs in a shopping mall and a theater in the southern Philippines. Elements of the Bojinka plot, including the plan to crash a plane into the CIA headquarters, would be used in the September 11 attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon 6 years later. By the time the Bojinka plot was discovered, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed had returned to Qatar in his job as a project engineer at the country's Ministry of Electricity and Water. After the U.S. asked the Qatari government to arrest Mohammed in January 1996, he fled to Afghanistan, where he renewed his alliance with Abdul Rasul Sayyaf. Later that year, he formed a working relationship with Osama bin Laden, who had settled there. Bin Laden urged Mohammed to become a full-fledged member of al-Qaeda, but he continued to refuse such a commitment until around early 1999, after the 1998 U.S. embassy bombings in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam. He ultimately accepted bin Laden's invitation to move to Kandahar and join al-Qaeda as a full-fledged member. Eventually, he became a leader of al-Qaeda's media committee. After Mohammed Atta was chosen as the leader of the 9/11 mission, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed met with bin Laden to discuss the targets: the World Trade Center, which represented the U.S. economy, the Pentagon, a symbol of the U.S. military, and the U.S. Capitol, the perceived source of U.S. policy in support of Israel.
Tonight in Manhattan, a mile from rescue efforts, a fireman stands at attention. The New York Fire Department begins to mourn its own losses. Fire Chaplain Michael Judge, who rushed to the disaster after the first collision and was killed in the collapse.
He's right here on my shoulder right now, and he's going to guide us through this somehow.
In suburban Chicago, the Soper family fights back tears for daughter Marie Ray. Chasing a childhood passion for gymnastics, she quit her lawyer job in D.C. to teach the sport in California. The plane taking her to her dream hijacked and crashed.
I've never been one to worry about those sorts of things because that doesn't happen to you. But this one did.
Khalidun al-Makhdari was born in Saudi Arabia on May 16, 1975. In early 1999, He traveled to Afghanistan, where, as an experienced and respected jihadist, he was selected by Osama bin Laden to participate in the 9/11 attacks. Al-Mikhdari arrived in California with fellow hijacker Nawaf al-Khazmiyu in January 2000 after traveling to Malaysia for the Kuala Lumpur Al-Qaeda Summit. At this point, the CIA was aware of al-Mikhdari, and he was photographed in Malaysia with another Al-Qaeda member who was involved in the bombing of the USS Cole.
وبعد تفجير المدمرة الأمريكية في عدن التي كانت تبني السير إلى شواطئ الكويت لضرب إخواننا في العراق، وقد أفتى علماؤنا الأفاضل بجواز هذه العمليات وأنها ليست انتحار بل هي شهادة في سبيل الله تعالى.
I have just been meeting with my national security team on today's tragic events in the Middle East, and I would like to make a brief statement. First, as you know, an explosion claimed the lives of at least 4 sailors on one of our naval vessels, the USS Cole, this morning. Many were injured, a number are still missing. They were simply doing their duty. The ship was refueling in a port in Yemen while en route to the Persian Gulf. If, as it now appears, this was an act of terrorism, it was a despicable and cowardly act. We will find out who was responsible and hold them accountable. If their intention was to deter us from our mission of promoting peace and security in the Middle East, they will fail utterly.
I have no reason to think that this was anything but a senseless act of terrorism.
While I understand the anguish Palestinians feel over the losses they have suffered, there can be no possible justification for mob violence. I call on both sides to undertake a ceasefire immediately, and immediately to condemn all acts of violence. Finally, let me say this. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict is one of the greatest tragedies and most difficult problems of our time. Now is the time to stop the bloodshed. The alternative to the peace process is now no longer merely hypothetical. It is unfolding today before our very eyes.
The CIA did not inform the FBI when it learned that al-Mikhdari and al-Khazmiyu had entered the United States, and al-Mikhdari was not placed on any watch lists until late August 2001.
ولا تحسبن الذين قتلوا في سبيل الله أمواتا بل أحياء عند ربهم يرزقون فرحين بما آتاهم الله من فضله ويستبشرون بالذين لم يلحقوا بهم من خلفهم.
Muhammad Al-Amir Yawad Al-Said Yawata, born September 1968, died September 11, 2001, was an Egyptian terrorist hijacker for Al-Qaeda. Ideologically a pan-Islamist, he was the ringleader of the September 11 attacks and served as the hijacker pilot of American Airlines Flight 11, which he crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center as part of the coordinated suicide attacks. Aged 33, he was the oldest of the 19 hijackers who took part in the mission. Born and raised in Egypt, Mohammed Atta studied architecture at Cairo University.
I'm an architect.
Graduating in 1990 and pursued postgraduate studies in Germany at the Hamburg University of Technology. In Hamburg, Atta became involved with the Mashidun al-Qsi, where he met Marwan al-Shaheu, Ramzi bin Abshibti, and Ziad Dujarrah, together forming the Hamburg Cell. Atta disappeared from Germany for periods of time, embarking on an al-Hajju in 1995, but also meeting Osama bin Laden and other al-Qaeda leaders in Afghanistan from late 1999 to early 2000. His friends in Germany described him as an intelligent man in whom religious convictions and political motives held equal sway. He harbored anger and resentment toward the U.S. for its policy in Islamic nations of the Middle East, with nothing inflaming his ire more than the Oslo Accords and the Gulf War in particular. He was also angry and bitter at the elite in his native Egypt, who he believed hoarded power for themselves, as well as at the Egyptian government that cracked down on the dissident Muslim Brotherhood. Atta was anti-Semitic, believing that Jews controlled the world's media, financial, and political institutions from New York City.
Anti-Semite?
These beliefs were even stronger during Operation Infinite Reach, as he believed that Monica Lewinsky was a Jewish agent influencing American President Bill Clinton against aiding Filistina, which would later play a key role in creating the Hamburg Cell. On August 1st, 1995, Atta returned to Egypt for 3 months of study. Before his trip, he grew out a beard to show himself as a devout Muslim and also to make a political gesture. Atta returned to Hamburg on October 31st, 1995, only to join the pilgrimage to Makkah shortly thereafter. In Hamburg, Atta was intensely drawn to Masjidun Aqsa, which adhered to a, quote, harsh, uncompromisingly fundamentalist, and resoundingly militant, unquote, version of Sunni Islam. He made acquaintances at Al-Quds, some of whom visited him on occasion at Semtrom's house. He also began teaching classes both at Al-Quds and at a Turkish mosque near the Harburg district. Atta also started and led a prayer group, which Ahmed Mochelat and Munir el-Motassadegh joined. Ramzi bin al-Shabati was also there, teaching occasional classes, and became Atta's friend. On April 11th, 1996, Atta signed his last will and testament at the mosque, officially declaring his Muslim beliefs and giving 18 instructions regarding his burial. This was the same day that Israel attacked Lebanon in Operation Grapes of Wrath. Signing the will, quote, offering his life, unquote, was his response. The instructions in his last will and testament reflect both Sunni funeral practices along with some more puritanical demands from Salafism, including asking people not to weep and cry and to generally refrain from showing emotion.
Don't cry for me, I'm already dead.
This will was signed by al-Motassadegh and a second person at the mosque. After leaving Plancontor in the summer of 1997, Atta disappeared again and did not return until 1998. He had made no progress on his thesis. Atta phoned his graduate advisor, Mashul, and mentioned family problems at home, saying, quote, please understand, I don't want to talk about this, unquote. At the winter break in 1997, Atta left and did not return to Hamburg for 3 months. He said he went on pilgrimage to Makkah again, just 18 months after his first time. This claim has been disputed. American journalist Terry McDermott has argued that it is unusual for someone to go on pilgrimage so soon after the first time, and to spend 3 months there, more than Al-Hajj requires. When Atta returned, he claimed that his passport was lost and applied for a new one, which is a common tactic to erase evidence of travel to places such as Afghanistan. When he returned in spring 1998, after disappearing for several months, he had grown a thick, long beard and seemed more serious and aloof than before to those who knew him. Atta and the other Hamburg cell members were recruited by Bin Laden and Khalid Sheikh Mohammadun for a, quote, planes operation, unquote, in the United States. Atta returned to Hamburg in February 2000 and began inquiring about flight training in the United States, where he, Jarrah, and El-Shehi arrived in June to learn how to pilot planes, obtaining instrument ratings in November. Beginning in May 2001, Atta assisted with the arrival of the Muscle hijackers, whose role was to subdue passengers and crew to enable the hijacker pilots to take over. In July, Atta traveled to Spain to meet with Beneshepeti to finalize the plot. Then in August, traveled as a passenger on, quote, surveillance flights to establish in detail how the attacks could be carried out.
Right, and 11 heavy, understand you need an Alpha, Roger, pushback, Alpha to Samson. Delta 9930 taxi. Delta 9930, runway 90, taxi via Kilos, Sierra, hold short, runway 4 left. Delta 9930, taxi, runway 9 kilo, Sierra, hold short, runway 4 left. Eagle 880, hold short of 4 left, I'm on the tower, 128.8. Midpoint in, 480, 80. Thank you, 141 is clear. Kilo Bravo, runway 9, FedEx 3601 heavy. FedEx 3601 heavy, monitor tower now 128.8. 128.8, FedEx 3601 heavy. USA 2999, right turn Sierra, join Alpha, ground point 75 now, please.
Going to the field at 3,500 feet, maintain 3,000, runway 4 right. Cleared for takeoff.
23, clear for takeoff, 4 right. What are the winds?
Wind 330 at 9er. US Air 1995, contact departure.
Departure is 1995, departure.
Delta 2435, Austin Tower, runway 9er. Taxi in position and hold.
2435, can we do that without a minute delay in the position?
Affirmative, Delta 2435, advise ready.
2435, position, hold on, wait, 9er, we'll call you ready. Be about another minute and a half.
American 11 heavy, contact departure. That traffic's now in your 10 o'clock and 2 miles, 3,400 feet.
American 11 heavy, turn right heading 1 east.
Is that American 11 trying to call?
Buddy, we have some planes. Just stay quiet and you'll be okay. We are turning to the airport.
15 Southwest, the Bono going to Hampton. And who's trying to call me here? American 11, are you trying to call?
Nobody move. Everything will be okay. If you try to make any move, you danger yourself and the airplane. Just stay quiet.
Roger's weapon, Sergeant Powell. Hi, Boston Center, Team U. We have a problem here. We have a hijacked aircraft headed towards New York, and we need you guys to, we need someone to scramble some F-16s or something up there to help us out.
Is this real world or exercise?
No, this is not an exercise, not a test.
Okay, hey, hold on 1 second, okay?
Yep.
Hey, seriously, big time.
Tarzan, approaches on. Guy Killer. This is Huntress placing Panta 4546 on battle stations. I repeat, battle stations. Time 1241. Authenticate. Hotel Romeo. All parties acknowledged with initials. Command post. Guy Killer. Tower. Approach. Panta, Papa, Alpha, November, Tango, Alpha, 4546. Chili Papa, all parties are cleared to drop.
Tranquility Noms, do you know if anyone down there has done any coordination to scramble fighter type airplanes?
You see big airplanes in the area?
No, we have several situations going on here. It's escalating big time. And we need to get the military involved with this.
والله يعلم وأنتم لا تعلمون ولا يقوم بالجهاد ذروة السنام إلا من وفقه الله سبحانه وتعالى وارتقى.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Permission to fight against disbelievers is given to those believers who are fought against because they have been wronged, and surely Allah is able to give them, the believers, victory. Those who believe fight in the cause of Allah, and those who disbelieve fight in the cause of Tagut, anything worshipped other than Allah. So fight you against the friends of Satan. Ever feeble is indeed the plot of Satan. Some American writers have published articles under the title, "On What Basis Are We Fighting?" These articles have generated a number of responses, some of which adhere to the truth and were based on Islamic law, and others which have not. Here we wanted to outline the truth as an explanation and warning, hoping for Allah's reward, seeking success and support from Him. While seeking Allah's help, we form a reply based on two questions directed at the Americans. Question 1, why are we fighting and opposing you? Question 2, what are we calling you to, and what do we want from you? As for the first question, why are we fighting and opposing you? The answer is simple, because you attacked us and continue to attack us. You attacked us in Palestine. Palestine, which has sunk under military occupation for more than 80 years. The British handed over Palestine, with your help and your support, to the Jews, who have occupied it for more than 50 years. Years overflowing with oppression, tyranny, crimes, killing, expulsion, destruction, and devastation. The creation and continuation of Israel is one of the greatest crimes, and you are the leaders of its criminals. And of course, there is no need to explain and prove the degree of American support for Israel. The creation of Israel is a crime which must be erased. Each and every person whose hands have become polluted in the contribution towards this crime must pay its price, and pay for it heavily. It brings us both laughter and tears to see that you have not yet tired of repeating your fabricated lies that the Jews have a historical right to Palestine, as it was promised to them in the Torah. Anyone who disputes with them on this alleged fact is accused of anti-Semitism. This is one of the most fallacious, widely circulated fabrications in history. The people of Palestine are pure Arabs and original Semites. It is the Muslims who are the inheritors of Moses, peace be upon him, and the inheritors of the real Torah that has not been changed. Muslims believe in all of the prophets, including Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad. Peace and blessings of Allah be upon them all. If the followers of Moses have been promised a right to Palestine in the Torah, then the Muslims are the most worthy nation of this. When the Muslims conquered Palestine, drove out the Romans, Palestine and Jerusalem returned to Islam, the religion of all the prophets, peace be upon them. Therefore, the call to a historical right to Palestine cannot be raised against the Islamic Ummah that believes in all of the prophets of Allah, peace and blessings be upon them, and we make no distinction between them. The Pentagon is the headquarters building of the United States Department of Defense in Arlington County, Virginia, across the Potomac River from Washington, D.C. The building was constructed on an accelerated schedule during World War II. As a symbol of the U.S. military, the phrase, the Pentagon, is often used as a metonym for the Department of Defense and its leadership. The building was designed by American architect George Bergstrom and built by contractor John McShane. Ground was broken on September 11, 1941, and the building was dedicated on January 15, 1943. The Pentagon is the world's second largest office building after India's Surat Diamond Bourse. with about 6.5 million square feet of floor space, 3.7 million square feet of which are used as offices. It has 5 sides, 5 floors above ground, 2 basement levels, and 5 ring corridors per floor, with a total of 17.5 miles of corridors, with a central 5-acre pentagonal plaza. About 23,000 military and civilian employees work in the Pentagon, as well as about 3,000 non-defense support personnel. The Pentagon was designed in accordance with the racial segregation laws in force in the state of Virginia at the time, with separate eating and lavatory accommodations for white and black persons. While the sets of lavatories were side by side, the dining areas for blacks were located in the basement. The Pentagon's cafeteria was segregated by race until May 1942, when black ordnance worker Jimmy Harold, a draftsman and engineer, refused to eat in the blacks-only cafeteria at the Pentagon. He and a number of other black workers continued to eat in the whites-only cafeteria for several days until things turned violent as Jimmy Harold was beaten by a white security guard. Judge William Hastie, the black civilian aide to Secretary of War Stimson, soon learned of the incident and was able to get an investigation authorized. Upon hearing about this, General Brian B. Somerville ordered for there to be discontinuance of any enforced segregation of Negro employees in the cafeterias in the Pentagon building. When President Roosevelt visited the facility before its dedication, he ordered removal of the whites-only signs in segregated areas. When the governor of Virginia protested, Roosevelt's administration responded that the Pentagon, although on Virginia land, was under federal jurisdiction. In addition, its military and civilian federal employees were going to comply with the president's policies. As a result, the Pentagon was the only building in Virginia where racial segregation laws were not enforced. These laws were not overturned until 1965. The side-by-side sets of restrooms still exist, but have been integrated in practice since the building was occupied. During the late 1960s, the Pentagon became a focal point for protests against the Vietnam War. A group of 2,500 women, organized by Women's Strike for Peace, demonstrated outside Secretary of Defense Robert S. McNamara's office at the Pentagon on February 15, 1967. In May 1967, a group of 20 demonstrators held a sit-in outside the Joint Chief of Staff's office, which lasted 4 days before they were arrested. In one of the better-known incidents, on October 21, 1967, some 35,000 anti-war protesters, organized by the National Mobilization Committee to End the War in Vietnam, gathered for a demonstration at the Defense Department, the March on Washington. They were confronted by some 2,500 armed soldiers. During the protest, a famous picture was taken where George Harris placed carnations into the soldiers' gun barrels. The march concluded with an attempt to exorcise the building.
It's simply that we are moving to a new phase of the movement. For well now 12 years, we struggled to end legal segregation and all of the humiliation surrounding legal segregation. So it was a struggle for decency. It was a struggle to get rid of extremist behavior toward Negroes. Now we are in a new phase, and that is a phase where we are seeking genuine equality, where we are dealing with hard economic and social issues. And it means that the job is much more difficult. It's much easier to integrate a lunch counter than it is to guarantee an annual income. It's much easier to integrate a bus than it is to get a program that will force the government to put billions of dollars into ending slums. It's a wonderful thing to work and be concerned about integrating public accommodations, or integrating the public schools, which I will continue to work for with vigor and with zeal.
But I've also got to be concerned about the survival of a world in which to be integrated. And these issues to me are tied together in that sense.
If you don't speak on it and others don't speak, I'm not going to give up. I'll have even the rocks to cry out against this war. It's an evil war. No matter where it leads, no matter what abuses it may bring, I'm going to tell the truth.
Tonight, American and South Vietnamese units will attack the headquarters for the entire communist military operation in South Vietnam. This is not an invasion of Cambodia. And now let me give you the reasons for my decision. A majority of the American people, a majority of you listening to me, are for the withdrawal of our forces from Vietnam. The action I have taken tonight is indispensable for the continuing success of that withdrawal program. We take this action not for the purpose of expanding the war into Cambodia, but for the purpose of ending the war in Vietnam and winning the just peace we all desire.
On May 19, 1972, the Weather Underground organization bombed a fourth-floor women's restroom in retaliation for the Nixon administration's bombing of Hanoi in the final stages of the Vietnam War. On September 11, 2001, coincidentally, the 60th anniversary of the Pentagon's start of construction, 5 Al-Qaeda-affiliated hijackers took control of American Airlines Flight 77 en route from Washington Dulles International Airport to Los Angeles International Airport and deliberately crashed the Boeing 757 airliner into the western side of the Pentagon at 9:37 a.m. EDT as part of the September 11 attacks, killing themselves and 184 other people, including 59 on the airplane and 125 in the Pentagon. It was the first significant foreign attack on federal facilities in the capital area since the burning of Washington during the War of 1812.
Today, jury selection begins in a critical phase of the trial of Andrea Yates, accused of drowning her 5 children. But how will she be able to save her own life? Plus, superstar Michael Jordan in the news, the strongest words yet from Jordan, that he will be back. Good morning, America. I'm Charles Gibson.
I'm Diane Sawyer, and it's Tuesday, September 11th, 2001. Michael may be back. He's saying that tendinitis is the main thing he's thinking about as he makes his final decision. So is 38 too old? Too late?
Yes, it is. Oh. But, and he also would come back to a team that's not very good. But none of the regular rules apply to Michael Jordan.
The blood pouring out of Palestine must be equally revenged. You must know that the Palestinians do not cry alone. Their women are not widowed alone. Their sons are not orphaned alone. You attacked us in Somalia. You supported the Russian atrocities against us in Chechnya, the Indian oppression against us in Kashmir, and the Jewish oppression against us in Lebanon. Under your supervision, consent, and orders, the governments of our countries, which act as your agents, attack on us on a daily basis. These governments prevent our people from establishing the Islamic Sharia, using violence and lies to do so. These governments give us a taste of humiliation and place us in a large prison of fear and subdual. These governments steal our Ummah's wealth and sell them to you at a paltry price. These governments have surrendered to the Jews and handed them most of Palestine, acknowledging the existence of their state over the dismembered limbs of their own people. The removal of these governments is an obligation upon us and a necessary step to free the Ummah, to make the Sharia the supreme law, and to regain Palestine. And our fight against these governments is not separate from our fight against you. You steal our wealth and oil at paltry prices because of your international influence and military threats. This theft is indeed the biggest theft ever witnessed by mankind in the history of the world. American Airlines Flight 11 was a domestic passenger flight that was hijacked by 5 Al-Qaeda terrorists on the morning of September 11, 2001 as part of the September 11 attacks. The hijacked airliner was deliberately crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center complex in New York City, killing everyone still alive aboard the flight and resulting in the deaths of more than 1,000 people in the top 18 stories of the skyscraper, in addition to causing the demise of numerous others below the trapped floors, making it not only the deadliest of the 4 suicide attacks executed that morning in terms of both plane and ground fatalities, but also the single deadliest act of terrorism in human history and the deadliest plane crash of all time. The aircraft involved, a Boeing 767-200ER, registration N33-4AA, with 92 passengers and crew, was flying American Airlines' daily scheduled morning transcontinental service from Boston Logan International Airport in Massachusetts to Los Angeles International Airport in California. The plane left the runway at 7:59 a.m. Not more than 15 minutes after takeoff, the hijackers injured 2 people, murdered 1, and breached the cockpit while forcing the passengers and crew to the rear of the aircraft against their will. The assailants quickly overpowered both the captain and the first officer and possibly killed them, allowing Mohammed Atta to take over the controls, having intensely trained as a pilot in the lead-up to the attacks. Air traffic controllers suspected that the flight was in distress because the crew were no longer responding. They realized the plane had been hijacked when Atta's falsely reassuring announcements for the hostages was transmitted to air traffic control instead of the cabin's PA system as intended. 2 flight attendants were able to contact American Airlines and passed along information relevant to the situation, in particular, casualties suffered by the passengers and crew.
Bismillah Rahman Rahim.
You must make your knife sharp and must not discomfort your animal during slaughter. Remember the words of Almighty God. You were looking to the battle before you engaged in it. And now you see it with your own 2 eyes.
Is that American 11 trying to call? Buddy. We have some planes. Just stay quiet and you'll be okay. We're heading to the airport. And who's trying to call me here? American 11, are you trying to call? Nobody move. Everything will be okay. If you try to make any move, you danger yourself and the airplane. Let's stay quiet.
Okay, my name is Betty Ong. I'm number 3 on flight 11. Our number 1 has been staffed and our 5 has been staffed. Can anybody get up to the cockpit? Can anybody get up to the cockpit?
In August 2002, the FBI found what is possibly the only uninterrupted audio recording of both plane crashes into the World Trade Center, recorded by a conversation 2 men were having at the outdoor cafe of the hotel. One man was a city tax assessor who had allegedly been taking bribes, and the other was a tax consultant, Stephen McCardle, who was operating with an FBI investigation on the assessor by wearing a hidden wiretap, which recorded their conversation to an audio tape. Both men survived, as well as the 2 FBI agents monitoring the wiretap.
This is Special Agent Rodney Miller with the Public Corruption Squad of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Today's date is September 11th, the year 2001. The time now is approximately 7:36 a.m. Today we'll be doing a consensual body recording between Stephen McCardle and Howard Habler. Witnessing this meet will be Special Agent Victor Orocho with the FBI and Deputy Inspector General Stacy Patel with the New York City Department of Investigation. I will now give Stephen McCardle the recording device. Dr. Marlborough, please. Summer wasn't bad. What are they doing here? They had a concert in the evening. We cut through over there, yeah? I love this place.
Isn't it great?
Yeah, I gotta bring the boys here.
I get to bring my boys here. They would just, Justin's picture of Joey was just like, wow. You know, to be expected. He's going to be much looser at home. God willing, he'll be able, whatever we teach him in school, he'll be able to take home with him in the future.
Justin's well?
Yeah, Justin's great. Him and his Nintendo, that's all he needs. Fortunately, he gets in the way of everything else.
Right. I'm all right.
You feeling okay?
This is my 8:30.
You gotta be. It's so early.
I'm up at 4. Up at 4. Oh, it's a rush today, huh? See that they're busy. I mean, this business can't be that bad. I mean, if you can't, maybe not this year, but in the coming years, if there are reductions out there.
Maybe not this year.
Last week, last Tuesday, I spoke with Alan and Tony, and there was a guidelines meeting, a Catholic meeting, isn't it?
I wasn't there. It was only, Tony wasn't there either, and nobody was, I'm pretty sure Tony wasn't there.
I thought he said, maybe he just said there was a meeting, he didn't tell me to.
There's going to be another meeting because nobody understood.
Okay.
We weren't there.
Okay. How can I have a meeting with you guys like that? But I mean, I'm serious.
Yeah, I don't know how they did it. Probably they called it that day and whoever was around, right? Because that's how they do it. They're trying to hide something.
Thank you.
Yeah, deputized. Yeah, I think you're right. To a great degree, they attempted to.
Well, I mean, I don't know what your opinion is, but I mean, they're doing it for a reason, that's for sure.
Yeah, we don't, I don't intend to ask.
Well, I mean, you're a union man. I mean, you gotta be fearful.
Get down to Kmart for low prices. That's Blue Light Always.
Hani Salih Hassan Hanjourun, born August 30th, 1972, died September 11, 2001, was a Saudi terrorist and a member of Al-Qaeda who was the hijacker pilot of American Airlines Flight 77, crashing the plane into the Pentagon as part of the 9/11 attacks. Hanjourun first went to the United States in 1991, studying English for less than 2 months at an American higher education institution before returning to Saudi Arabia early the next year. He returned to the United States in 1996, studying English in California before he began taking flying lessons in Florida and then Arizona. He received his commercial pilot certificate in 1999 and went back to his native Saudi Arabia to find a job as a commercial pilot. Hanjourun applied to civil aviation school in Jeddah, but was turned down. Hanjourun left his family in late 1999, telling them that he would be traveling to the United Arab Emirates to find work. According to Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, Osama bin Laden or Mohammed Atef identified Hanjourun at an Afghanistan training camp as a trained pilot and selected him to participate in the 9/11 attacks. Hanjurun arrived in the United States again in December 2000. He joined up with Nawaf al-Hazmi in San Diego. They immediately left for Arizona, where Hanjurun engaged in refresher pilot training. In April 2001, they relocated to Falls Church, Virginia, and then Patterson, New Jersey in late May, where Hanjurun took additional flight training. Hani Hanjurun returned to the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area on September 2nd, 2001, checking into a motel in Laurel, Maryland. At 7:35 a.m. on September 11th, 2001, Hanjurun arrived at a passenger security checkpoint at Washington Dulles International Airport, 26 miles west of Washington, D.C., en route to board American Airlines Flight 77. Some earlier reports stated he may not have had a ticket or appeared on any manifest. However, he was documented by the 9/11 Commission as having been assigned to seat 1B in first class and reported to have bought a single first class ticket from Advanced Travel Service in Totowa. In the security tape footage released in 2004, Hanjurun appeared to walk through the metal detector without setting it off, which likely means that agents at the terminal were not looking at any warning signal that indicated if he had weapons. With this, it allowed Hanjurun to board Flight 77 without any authorization. The flight was scheduled to depart at 8:10, but ended up departing 10 minutes late from gate D26 at Dulles. The last normal radio communications from the aircraft to air traffic control occurred at 8:50:51.
It's been 1 week that you looked at me, 'cause you heard the song that I'm angry.
Side effects include headache, upper respiratory tract infection, and back pain. Call your doctor now for more information. Allegra, enjoy your world.
Typical old-style politics. Mark early. No positive plan. Negative ads that don't tell the truth. Virginia deserves better.
Thanks, Mickey. Under mostly clear skies, 64 in town, 55 to the west of Dulles. So certainly cool behind the cold front that moved through last night and much less humid than days past. We will see northwesterly winds rather light this morning, but they will pick up this afternoon. A mostly sunny lunchtime, 75. Expect plenty of sunshine with an 81-degree high temperature, so very pleasant this afternoon.
Do you like our song? Don't you kind of bounce into the morning? I do. I'm Diane Sawyer, bouncing next to Charlie Gibson.
I've heard it only 26,000 times so far, but it still's okay. I'm Charles Gibson. Good to have you.
Better and better.
Good to have you with us.
In fact, if you can believe it, this morning, he's already been asked about it. Before dawn this morning, he was out jogging. Reporter said, how about more tax cuts? He said, I'm not going to talk about it now, but he did hint he might talk about it later today.
Is that American 11 trying to call? Buddy, we have some planes. Just stay quiet and you'll be okay. We're heading to the airport.
Cut in capital gains taxes.
And who's trying to call me here?
Down near the southern city of Basra. If true, that would indicate improving Iraqi ability to target
American 11, are you trying to call?
Nobody move. Everything is okay. A Predator drone similar to the one that was lost last month.
United 73, New York Tower, runway 4 left, taxi position, hold cautionary turbulence.
Okay, I think that was for United 93, position hold 4 left.
Read back is correct, US Air 1973, contact departure.
Air 1973, good.
UPS 6053 heavy. Charlie 4142, you're going way slow. If you can increase any airspeed to the runway, I appreciate it for traffic and trail.
Okay, is that 4148?
Yes, sir. You're really brought it back a little premature. You've got traffic coming up or behind. Any increase in airspeed to the runway would be appreciated.
All right.
789 crossroad, left, contact ground.
Cross left, I'm sorry, 4 left over the ground for 3789.
Delta 1665, move up, cross runway 4 left, hold short of Sierra, contact ground.
1665, cross 4 left, contact ground.
UPS 6053, heavy contact departure.
4.
Charlie 4148, caution rate Germans Boeing 757 will depart the parallel runway. Air Canada 651, Newark Tower, wind 3407, runway 4 right, clear to land.
4 right, Air Canada 651.
United Airlines Flight 93 was scheduled to depart at 8 a.m., but the plane did not depart until 42 minutes later due to runway traffic delays.
Continental 1836, 4,000 outside 30.
Continental 1836, Newark Tower, wind 3407, runway 4 right, clear to land.
Runway 4 right, Continental 1836.
United 93, contact departure.
Departure, United 93, good day.
A jury is being selected today to determine whether Houston mother Andrea Yates is fit to stand trial.
To the emotional problems of her darkest days following her divorce from Prince Andrew. This week she's off to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where in what is believed to be the first challenge of its kind, she's going to help residents of an entire county overcome their obstacles to losing weight. And she joins us now off to Waukesha County in Wisconsin. You are.
Morning, Charlie.
Okay, they're in the back of the plane.
They're in the back of the airplane?
Yeah, they're in the back of the airplane. They're not. Oh, the hijackers are in the cockpit.
Oh, no.
Okay, they're in the cockpit.
Hey, Craig. Craig. They're saying they're in the cockpit. Nobody move, please. Going back to the airport. Don't try to make any stupid moves. Hey, Cape, Dan Winnicott from Washington. I have a situation with American 11, a possible hijack. American 11? Yes, sir. Departed Boston, went to LAX. Right now he's south of Albany. I'd like to scramble some fighters to go tail him. Oh, okay. Well, we'll talk to Otis here. Okay, and just put if he wants, just depart, and we'll put a flight plan in for him, and we'll aim him towards Hampton direct. American 11, I'll talk to these guys over here and see what we can do. Approach. Tango Juliet. Giant killer. Solid Bravo. All parties are cleared to drop. Juliet, pop in here.
Hi, sir. Okay, what we're doing, we're trying to locate this guy. We can't find him via IFF. What we're going to do, we're going to hit up every track within a 25-mile radius of the Z point that we put on the scope. 29,000 heading 190. We're just going to try to find this guy. They can't find him. There's been supposedly there's threats in the cockpit, so we're doing the thing. True, and probably right now with what's going on in the cockpit is probably really crazy. So that probably needs to simmer down and probably get better information. I've scrambled Otis already for your direction. We're sending them in that general direction. We're sending them right to that Z point, and then we can maneuver them as deemed right.
This is Hundreds with an active air defense scramble 4, Panda 4546, time 1246, authenticate, Delta X-ray, scramble immediately, Panda 4546, Eddie.
Come to us.
Some nice jobs over the years. Can I have a glass of water, please? Thank you. That was an explosion. That was an explosion. Let's get out of here.
The media quickly began reporting on the incident and speculated that the crash had been an accident. When American Airlines Flight 11 crashed into the North Tower, 1WTC, at 8:46 a.m. EDT, its landing gear fell and crashed through the Marriott's roof into an office next to the 22nd floor pool, breaking the glass above the restaurant and forcing people to duck under furniture. The whole building shook and parts of it caught on fire. Alarms went off throughout the Marriott and its phones and elevators shut down. The freight elevator still worked, however. Security guards escorted out the group attending the NABE conference. The hotel's intercom told guests to be calm and stay in their rooms. Firefighters reported human remains and corpses on the roof from people who fell or jumped from the south face of the North Tower. At least 10 firefighter companies used the lobby as a staging area. It is possible that many or all of the companies were not sent there, but instead got lost amidst the evacuation of the towers. Upon learning that the World Trade Center had been hit by a jetliner, Michael Judge rushed to the site. He was met by Rudy Giuliani, the mayor of New York City, who asked him to pray for the city and its victims. Judge prayed over bodies lying on the streets, then entered the lobby of the North Tower, where an emergency command post had been organized. There, he continued offering aid and prayers for the rescuers, the injured, and the dead.
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? A fire emergency has been reported in the building. Please leave the building via the nearest exit. Do not use the elevators. May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? A fire emergency has been reported in the building. Please leave the building.
Huntress with an active air defense scramble 4. Panda 4546. Time 1246. Authenticate Delta X-ray.
Oh my God! Holy paper everywhere.
We want to tell you what we know as we know it, but we just got a report in that there's been some sort of explosion at the World Trade Center in New York City. One report said, and we can't confirm any of this, that a plane may have hit one of the two towers of the World Trade Center, but again, you're seeing the live pictures here. We have no further details than that. We don't know anything about what they have concluded happened there this morning, but we're going to find out and, of course, make sure that everybody knows on the air.
These are, of course, the two twin Trade Center buildings that are down at the foot of Manhattan, that they really are the beacons of New York. It was there that there was the explosion a couple of years ago, brought about by terrorists. That's all gone through the courts, but this we don't know anything about. We don't know about anything that has happened here other than the fact that there's obviously been a major incident there, and we're going to go to a special report now from ABC News.
Holy shit! You're live in the wreck, bro. Oh, this is fire from here. See it. Smoke. 8:45 in the morning. Oh, wow. There's the news helicopter.
Check with your noms. Do you know if anyone down there has done any coordination to scramble fighter type airplanes?
Is there big airplanes in there?
No, we have several situations going on here. It's escalating big time. And we need to get the military involved with this.
Wow, what's going on?
Just get me somebody who has the authority to get military in the air now.
All right. I'll go tell them.
Years ago, it was down in the garage level, but we have no
Obviously,
reason.
no
as we say
indication
over
that
and
this
over
could have
again,
been related to
speculate
that.
in way.
Right. Don Daler, ABC's Don Daler, who is on the scene. Don, just give me some description again of what you can see now.
What we're seeing, it appears that there is more and more fire and smoke enveloping the very top of the building. And as fire crews are descending on this area, it does not appear that there's any kind of an effort up there yet. Now remember, oh my God.
Oh my God.
That looks like a second plane.
I did not see a plane go in. That just exploded.
We just saw another plane coming in from the side.
You did. That was out of
Yes, and that's
view.
the second explosion. You could see the plane come in just from the right-hand side of the screen. So this looks like it is some sort of a concerted effort to attack the World Trade Center that is underway in downtown New York.
We will see that scene again just to make sure we saw what we thought.
We're going to give you a replay of what we just
Oh my God. I saw the plane hit the building. I can't say anything.
To attack the World Trade Center.
I did see the explosion, but the side of the building that the plane entered was just outside of my view. So all I saw was this huge fireball and the explosion.
Well, the shot that we've got is now just from one side of the World Trade Center. But this is the shot again. This is moments ago of this second plane coming in, and this is now in slow motion. Oh, this is terrifying. Awful.
To watch powerless is a horror.
Jumping out of them? Bro, people jumping out. That looks pretty good.
Indianapolis, good morning. Our Canada 579 with you. 350 for 390.
Air Canada 579, Indy Center, Roger. American 77, Indy. American 77, American Indy. American 77 American, any radio check, how do you read?
The impacts failed the exterior columns in the regions hit by the fuselage, engines, and fuel-filled wings section, 34 columns in the North Tower and 26 in the South Tower. Damage also extended to the tips of the wings and tail fin. In addition, several core columns were either severed or heavily damaged, especially in the path of the fuselage. About 1/3 of the fuel was consumed in the initial impact and resulting fireball. Some fuel from the impact traveled down at least one elevator shaft and exploded on the 78th floor of the North Tower, as well as in the main lobby. The tower's light construction and hollowness allowed the jet fuel to penetrate far inside them, igniting many large fires simultaneously over a wide area of the impacted floors. The fuel burned for at most a few minutes, but the building's contents burned over the next hour or hour and a half. As Flight 175 struck the South Tower, the shockwave shattered glass on the east face of the North Tower adjacent to the fireball, which aggravated the fires already burning in the North Tower and released plumes of smoke from the newly opened windows. It is unknown whether Flight 11's impact did the same to windows on the South Tower. In any case, the major debris from Flight 11 flew past the South Tower, while the more significant pieces of wreckage from Flight 175 similarly missed the already burning North Tower. In both instances, some of these parts landed on other nearby buildings, resulting in further destruction. The fires in each building had different attributes, as was evident in the responses and behavior of people trapped in each. Countless windows in the North Tower were smashed by occupants seeking relief from the hellish conditions inside. While some windows were broken in the South Tower, it was relatively uncommon by comparison. Victims were only occasionally spotted inside open windows, and no crowds were present outside of the tower, as in the impending death photograph of the North Tower burning. The most noteworthy difference was the number of people witnessed falling from the upper levels of each tower. More than 200 people plummeted to their deaths from the trapped floors across all four faces of the North Tower, most of whom were driven to suicide by jumping as their only means of escaping the extreme heat, smoke, and flames. This sharply contrasted with the situation in the South Tower, where very few people, 4 spotted, were forced out of windows along the eastern and southern walls. Such differences imply that conditions did not deteriorate as rapidly or become as inhospitable in the South Tower as in the North. The damage to the North Tower by Flight 11's centered impact severed all escape routes above the 91st floor and left the stranded workers in an insufferable inferno from which jumping was their only means of escape. Flight 175 struck the South Tower through the southeast corner of the skyscraper's southern facade and left the northwesternmost stairwell undamaged from top to bottom. The intact stairway meant people in the South Tower were not completely trapped, which may have influenced their decision to jump. The fireballs resulting from each impact were likely very similar, but appeared vastly different in size, despite the planes carrying similar amounts of combustibles. This is because a substantial portion of the jet fuel was channeled into the North Tower instead of being sprayed out into the open. Flight 11 crashed almost midway into the North Tower's center core, causing the ignited jet fuel to shoot through elevator shafts down as far as the basement and concourse levels, with a flash fire exploding from elevators in the ground floor lobby, more than 90 floors below the impact. Flight 175's impact into the South Tower's south face was offset to the east rather than being centralized, like Flight 11. Leaving the sides of the tower as the only real direction in which the fuel could travel, producing a visibly larger fireball on the outside. Almost all of the deaths in the Twin Towers occurred in the zones above the points of aircraft impact. As the North Tower had been struck almost directly midway into the structure, the three main stairways, A, B, and C, in the tower core were all damaged or blocked by debris preventing escape to lower floors. In the South Tower, the impact was east of center to the central section of the tower and close to the southeast corner, resulting in Stairway A in the northwest portion of the central core being intact and only partially blocked, and 18 civilians managed to escape from the point of aircraft impact and the floors above that. The exact numbers of who perished and where in some cases is not precisely known. However, the National Institute of Standards and Technology report indicated that a total of 1,402 civilians perished at or above the impact point in the North Tower, with hundreds estimated to have been killed at the moment of impact. In the South Tower, 604 civilians perished at the impact floors and the floors above that. Fewer than 200 of the civilian fatalities occurred in the floors below the impact points, but all 147 civilian passengers and crew on the two aircraft, as well as all 10 terrorists, perished, along with at least 18 people on the ground and in adjacent structures.
Saved message. Neil, it's Brian. A plane crashed into the Trade Center. It's on fire, and I'm in it, and I can't breathe. Tell everyone I love them. I don't get out of here.
It's really hard to struggle with, what would have happened if I answered the phone? But I couldn't do anything, even if I did answer it. I keep the message on an MP3 file, so I have it on CD, I have it hidden away in a safe, I have it, on every hard drive I have it everywhere just so that nothing happens to it. It's Brian's last words. That's one of the reasons why recordings were made, was so people could record their last words. I think it gives me a little bit of guidance. I draw from Brian's strength when I hear the message.
الشيطان الرجيم إن الله يحب الذين يقاتلون في سبيله صفا كأنهم بنيان مرصوص.
So, remember that bin Laden was formed on the battlefield of Afghanistan against the Soviet Union. And the way he understood what happened there, and he said this many, many times, was that they managed to bankrupt a superpower. That it wasn't that they defeated the Soviet Union, though they did repel its attempt to invade Afghanistan, but in drawing it further and further in and then miring it there, they got the Soviet Union to spend itself out, and the Soviet Union cracked and crumbled thereafter. Bin Laden didn't just think he helped protect Afghanistan, he thought he took down the Soviet Union. And I spoke to a number of terrorism experts for this piece, and they said that he continually would say the same thing about America. He would explicitly say that he was continuing the policy of bankrupting these superpowers. And his argument, and he made it many, many times after 9/11, was that we were spending ourselves out, that we were now involved in Iraq, in Afghanistan, we were spending endless amounts on homeland security. He would actually get much odder, he would bring up corporate welfare and so forth in his speeches, but his theory of how America was going to be brought down wasn't that he was going to defeat us on the battlefield, but that he was going to draw us into enough conflagrations that we would eventually go bankrupt, that the source of our power, our economic strength, would crack.
يا ضربة من تقي ما أراد بها إلا ليبلغ من العرش كنا عذب الذين تصطدم بهم هذه الطائرة فأخذ عنها فهذا كان التنبيه وكنت أكثرهم تساؤلا في الطائرة وسعيوا في الحديث إلى درجة الاحتراق فبالتالي يفقد الخبر مضروب هناك أعلى الذي يعلم أن هناك أمر عليه
From Los Angeles, it's the biggest game show in television history, where one person in one night could walk away with over $2 million. Greed.
Let's meet our next team.
Megan Overman,
St. Louis, Missouri, full-time mother.
Danny Trusas,
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, flight attendant.
William C. Roberts Jr.,
Nashville, Tennessee, attorney.
L.T. Mann,
Kaiser, Arkansas, steel mill worker.
Chick Burlingame,
Fairfax, Virginia, airline pilot.
Now, you said that you had 50 Secret Service agents on a flight of yours. You were obviously the pilot. What were these guys doing?
Well, I fly to Washington, D.C. a lot, and we're notified when we get officials like that on the airplane, and these were an advance team for the president heading down to Dallas-Fort Worth.
Oh, I see. Make you a little nervous?
Actually, I felt pretty secure with them on board.
Oh, I guess so.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Barbara Harris, and it's Tuesday, September 11th, 2001.
Statewide on New York, I got into the airport. Nobody moved. Everything was okay. And just trying to make any more. Then go his class on the airplane. Just stay tight.
Position. 1, 2, 3, eyes on me. Good morning, boys and girls. Good morning, ladies. Good morning. What would you be the most wonderful guest? Would you please stand and introduce the President of the United States?
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you? I'd also like you to meet the Secretary of Education and the Lieutenant Governor of Florida. We met, didn't we? Good to meet you. Hi.
And this is Mrs. Daniels.
Hi, Ms. Daniels. How are you? Great to meet everybody.
On board Flight 77 were 8 members of a National Geographic Society field trip, including students and teachers from Washington, D.C. Leading the trip were Geographic Society staffers Ann Judge, 49, and Joe Ferguson, 39. Asia Cottom, 11, had just started 6th grade at a new school, eager to learn and pleased to be at the campus where her father worked. The North Michigan Park girl was selected to take a trip to California with a teacher to participate in the National Geographic Society Ecology Conference. Asia and her teacher, Sarah Clark, were on American Airlines Flight 77 at the start of their 4-day trip. Several classmates said Asia was a kind-hearted girl who helped other students with learning difficulties. 11-year-old Bernard Brown was clever, quick-wit, the kind of boy who kept his teachers on their toes. Estella Cleveland, who taught his 5th grade class at Leckie Elementary School in Southeast Washington, D.C., loved him. He used to give the 4th grade teacher fits, but he turned it around last year. Everybody noticed it, Cleveland said. That's why Miss Cleveland gave Bernard's name to her best friend at Leckie Elementary, 6th grade teacher Hilda Taylor, when Taylor asked whom she should take on the 4-day National Geographic trip to California. Taylor drove from her home in Forestville before dawn on September 11th to Balling Air Force Base, where Bernard lived with his parents, Bernard and Sunita Brown, in naval housing. Taylor left her car on the base, and the boy's mother drove the 2 travelers to Dulles International Airport. Rodney Dickens was an 11-year-old 6th grader who had always made the honor roll, as had his 2 sisters, one a year older and one a year younger. Rodney loved reading, playing video games, and playing with his siblings. He was close to his mother, LaShawn, who raised the children as a single parent with the help of her large extended family. But his favorite thing in the world, said his aunt, Cynthia Dickens, was watching professional wrestling on TV. He'd watch in the family apartment in Congress Heights and his grandmother's apartment a few blocks away. He'd go to his uncle's house to catch pay-per-view. I don't care what he was doing, he made it home to see wrestling, Cynthia Dickens said. Although unconfirmed, the blue shirt and haircut of this man in the background resembles Nawaf al-Hazmi. The final child victims of Flight 77 were Zoe and Dana Falkenberg, ages 8 and 3, who were flying with their parents, Charles S. Falkenberg and Leslie A. Whittington, to start their lives anew in Australia. The Falkenbergs would make up the largest family casualty of 9/11.
Okay, get ready to read the words on this page without making a mistake. Everybody tell me what this part of the word says.
That's terrorists. That's fucking terrorists. Holy fuck! I can't believe I just saw that. Did you record that? I missed it.
As the students were reaching under their desks, that's when I walked up to the president and leaned over and whispered into his right ear, "A second plane hit the second tower. America is under attack." I then stood back from him so he couldn't ask me a question.
Everybody touch the title of the story.
She played with her goat in her yard.
Good job, Juan.
But the goat did something that made the girl sad.
Let's clean that up. Get ready for but. Get ready.
But the goat did something that made the girl sad.
31 minutes after takeoff, the assailants stormed the cockpit and forced the passengers and crew to the rear of the cabin, threatening the hostages, but initially sparing all of them. Lead hijacker Hani Hanjurin assumed control of the aircraft. At 8:54, Flight 77 began to deviate from its normal assigned flight path and turned south, and then the hijacker set the flight's autopilot, heading for Washington, D.C. Because Indianapolis Air Route Traffic Control was unaware of the hijackings of American Airlines Flight 11 and United Airlines Flight 175, Flight 77 was initially wrongly treated as a presumed plane crash. Police services were dispatched to southwestern West Virginia, above which Flight 77 had vanished from radar.
Doing that, contact the command center, the ATA rep, see if we can get the airline company operations to contact their aircraft. I'd recommend maybe possibility of the stuff coming in from overseas, Bangor as an alternate site, but leave that up to them.
No, we'll leave it up to them, but we're also going to let them know to assist security for cockpit access.
All right, that sounds like a good plan.
L2431, we have a message for you to heighten your cockpit security due to some activity this morning.
Okay, and that is from company?
Negative. It's a general advisory to all aircraft. This morning an aircraft hit the World Trade Center, has been hijacked, and we're receiving reports that there may have been a second one.
Okay, thank you very much. Was it a domestic carrier that was hijacked?
It was an American Airlines aircraft.
Okay, thank you.
Command Center East, Boston. Listen, both of these aircraft departed Boston, both were 76s, both heading to LA. And I'm looking out on the TSD, and I think that all departures out of Boston should have heightened cockpit security. Is there any way you can bring up every center in the country and relay that message so that they can tell the aircraft that are out there flying right now to increase the cockpit security, vigilant on this day? I'll get the message out. Thank you very much.
Okay, Foxy, this is what I foresee that we probably need to do. We need to talk to FAA. We need to tell them if this stuff is going to keep on going, we need to take those fighters and put them over Manhattan. Okay? Sure. That's the best thing. That's the best play right now. So, coordinate with the FAA. Tell them if there's more out there, which we don't know, let's get them over Manhattan. At least we got some kind of play. Okay, this is what I got going. Tell Foxy to scramble Langley, send them in the same location. Battle stations or scramble? Battle stations only, Langley. Okay, this is, who's up there? Langley. Okay, you're listening? What I told the FD so far, we need to get those fighters screwed over Manhattan, because we don't know how many guys are out of box. Could be 3-2, could be more. I don't know, just in case. Not down in Whiskey 105 where they want FAA wants to hold. We need to be more tactical.
Yes, it is.
And stick them,
telling me to
you know,
close the
we're gonna stick.
On battle station.
We're working it. We're working the whole area. Yeah.
Authenticate.
So this is, yeah.
Victor.
Okay.
That is 526 on battle.
Yeah, well, we can't. They're in there. That's FAA, but we can yeah, they're ours.
Tank goes on. This is Huntress placing quit 2526 on battle stations. Time 1310. Authenticate Charlie Victor. That is quit 2526 on battle stations. All parties acknowledged with initials. Command post. Langley. Tower.
This is Indianapolis Center. Trying to get a hold of American 77.
Indy, hang on 1 second, please.
What?
Hang on 1 second, sir.
All right.
Who are you trying to get a hold of?
American 77
Okay.
on frequency 120.27.
120.
0.27. We were talking to him, and all of a sudden it's just,
Okay. All right, we'll get a hold for you.
all right.
For example, if a plane was in fact
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right now.
We are just getting word that air traffic has been stopped cold throughout the tri-state area. Let's go to Chopper 880. Tom Kaminsky, what can you tell us?
Well, Jeff, what we can tell you now that we've just gotten some fuel and we're getting back in the air, and I could tell you that the flight operations at Newark and Kennedy and LaGuardia airports have been suspended, and we are just getting word now that operations at Teterboro Airport have been closed. So we were on our way out of Teterboro Airport, and we were told to go back. We're just coming back now. So in essence, what is happening here is that all flight operations in this area are stopped. We are closed down all the way around here at Kennedy, LaGuardia, and Newark airports, and now also at Teterboro. Whether or not this flight restriction will extend up toward White Plains or out to Islip, I have no way of knowing right now. But if you are headed to the airports waiting for someone or waiting to catch a flight, it is safe to say.
Breaking news on WCBS 880, right here, right
Tom, we're sorry to interrupt. We have new information.
A senior government official is saying that they are now pursuing reports one or both of these planes were hijacked. As we told you, the FBI was looking into that, and now they're saying that the crashes may have been the result of a suicide mission.
With dispatch, urgent, people trapped 5 World Trade on the 80 floor. 3 World Trades at the 101 floor and the 102 floor. Manhattan received?
10-4, received acknowledged.
10-4.
And the field com. And the field com, urgent.
Had a report of a hanging antenna on the roof of building 1?
A report of a male hanging from the antenna on building number 1K. One person hanging from the antenna.
10-4. 10-4. Engine 271, acting engine 6 to Manhattan.
All units standby. And the field com, urgent.
Proceed to Manhattan field com.
Tower number 2, 19th floor, firefighter down. Tower number 2, 19th floor, firefighter down. All units stand by.
All field contact.
Hello, ma'am? Stay calm, ma'am. Stay calm. Just don't move.
Oh my God.
They coming through with you now?
Find out if there's anybody here on the 83rd floor.
Ma'am, don't worry. You stay on the phone with me, and I'll already
Can you find out if there's anyone on the 83rd floor? Because
ma'am, I already listened. Excuse me. I already notified this lieutenant. Okay. 80, I notified ACD. 80? Yes, Lieutenant 80. I already notified the lieutenant that there's 5 people on the first floor, right? very hot and smoky, so they won't overlook you, okay, dear?
Can you?
I already did that.
Stay on the line with me, please.
Yes, ma'am, I am going to stay with you. Listen, take
They're here?
Are they inside with you yet, dear?
No.
Okay, stay calm till they get inside.
Find out where they are.
Then stay calm till they get inside.
What's behind the word said?
Comma.
And what does that comma mean? Let's read that sentence again. Go on. Let's start from the girl.
The girl said that if you let the goat stay with us, I will see that he stops eating all those things.
Nice and loud, crisp voices. Let's go.
We want to also report that remind people that the World Trade Center bombing that took place on February 26th back in 1993 killed 6 people and injured more than 1,000. Of course, that happened on a Friday afternoon. I think, Matt, you and Al were working that day.
We were.
I know I was at home in Virginia watching it in disbelief, and now it feels a bit like deja vu. But of course, this is so much more bizarre.
Yeah, no question. And you keep in mind that killed 6 people, injured 1,000, and the explosion happened in a garage in the basement. This was a direct hit on the midsection or upper section of the tower, so the potential for injuries and death much larger. Of course, also some people on the planes.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. If they were hijacked and they were en route to a different destination, of course, this story continues to unfold. Jim Miklashevsky is at the Pentagon now.
Katie, there appeared, at least to their knowledge, to be no specific threat involving hijacking airliners or any attacks on buildings in the New York area. U.S. intelligence officials report this morning that there are, they constantly are hearing about threats, possible terrorist threats against American targets worldwide. They have not yet ordered the scrambling of any military jets. If National Guard were to be scrambled in that area, that would be at the order of the governor. Now, of course, the president does have the authority to scramble American military forces in defense, but there's a problem here. What now do you defend against exactly? If you put warplanes in the air, there's always a danger that they could misidentify a pilot's intention, although I believe, according to officials here,
I just wanted to tell you guys, if you want to continue,
are now off limits and restricted. But so far, the U.S. military and Pentagon officials are scrambling to get as much information as they possibly can to determine what course of action, if any, the U.S. military would take.
But Mick, they are describing this as a terrorist attack right now.
There are some officials here in the Pentagon who are calling this an obvious terrorist attack based on very preliminary information. The information that intelligence officials are getting in terms of a possible hijacked plane, and of course the very horrifying video of the plane veering into the tower itself is a clear indication to everyone here that this is not an accident.
All right, Jim Miklashevsky, thanks. And of course, the coordination that took place to have 2 planes hit the towers within 18 minutes of there. Let's go back to the White House now. Bob Kerr is still standing by there. Bob, what can you tell us?
Well, Matt, it was interesting to listen to Jim Miklashevsky there from the Pentagon. Of course, the president has the authority to scramble military forces, and this is a case, obviously, in which retaliation, if indeed it proves to be a terrorist incident, will be contemplated. But the usual course of events is it's an investigation. You know, unless someone steps forward, claims responsibility, the White House and other arms of the U.S. government will say, we have to determine who is responsible for this attack, try to pinpoint it, and then the U.S. usually says someone is going to be made to pay.
Katie, Bob's exactly right, but what their primary concern right now is protecting the American public in the New York area right now against any possible further attacks by the air. They have no indications there will be, but there is some concern that since this appeared to be such a highly coordinated attack, that there may be other terrorist attacks that could be planned either in New York or elsewhere.
We're shortly before 9 o'clock. Shortly before 9 o'clock this morning, and then shortly after 9 o'clock, planes apparently deliberately crashed into the buildings. Alani DeVito, are you there? Alani DeVito, are you there? I understand we have another eyewitness to this catastrophe. Lonnie DeVito, are you there? Apparently we lost Lonnie, but again...
This may be confusing to some people because in a sense it is a little confusing to me. We every now and then see what looks like, I don't know if it's the bottom of a chopper that is swinging back and forth.
That would be our...
That is ours.
That would be the rotors from our chopper that every once in a while.
Tomorrow's my anniversary.
No kidding, how many years?
5. Been a surprise or take her to London.
Beware cockpit intrusion. 2 aircraft hit World Trade Center. Jesus.
If 2 pilots want to take their planes anywhere, you know, it's a free country, and we don't have anti-aircraft guns on our skyscrapers. I mean, it
better verify that.
Did you get it out?
2 sectors are covered. I'm working on the others.
Lorraine Patterson, 89. Lorraine Patterson, 89.
United 1523 traffic at 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, 4 miles eastbound, flight level 370. United 1523. United 93, that traffic for you is 1 o'clock, 12 miles eastbound, 370.
Negative contact, we're looking, United 93.
Lorraine Patterson, 89.
Washington Kilo 9.
Tag 51, Cleveland. Lockburn 89.
Lockburn.
Are you watching the tag 51 out there? I guess,
yes, I am. I guess he's right hand turn back.
They're going to right turn back. We'll have to reroute. We'll just put them in back to direct St. Louis, and they can put in whatever they want, just so we can hand them off back. Marines, American 1060.
Lorraine Patterson, 89 line.
Center American 1060. Yeah. You got United 93. United 93. Yeah.
Descended. Lorraine Patterson, 89
What's that?
I just saying, it looked like he descended
I
there.
don't think so. United 93, verified 350. United 93, verify your flight level 350.
Presumably one of the hijackers managed to dismantle, turn off the transponder, and so air traffic controllers lost track of it, but soon saw an unidentified flight in the air, and that turned out to be Flight 77, and they saw it heading on a direct course for the White House.
Mark, there were cell phone calls that were made from this plane, including the phone call from the wife of a high government official?
That's right. Barbara Olson, who some viewers may know from her work as a commentator during the impeachment of President Clinton, is the wife of the Solicitor General Theodore Olson, and she was on board that flight, and she managed to make 2 cell phone calls to her husband, each of them about a minute long, in which she asked him what should the pilot do, and she kept repeating, what should the pilot do, because the pilot had been forced to the back of the plane along with the passengers by the hijackers, who were armed with knives and box cutters.
So the speculation is that one of the hijackers, at least one of the hijackers, maybe 2, took control of the cockpit of this plane?
That's what our aviation sources are telling us. And Olson and several other people aboard the plane were actually asked or told by the hijackers to get on cell phones and call their families and tell them that they were about to die.
What other cell phone calls have you been able to make certain of?
Well, we know about a member of the staff of the Senate who was able to call his office, as well as a passenger who was able to call a relative. And what we've been told is that in at least a couple of those instances, they were told to do this by the hijackers, and they were actually handed cell phones by the hijackers.
Passenger Barbara Olson, a right-wing television commentator, allegedly called her husband, United States Solicitor General Ted Olson, and reported that the plane had been hijacked and that the assailants had box cutters and knives.
Last call for Barbara Olson and Bill Press, Bixby, Oklahoma, independent line.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, listen, I've got just a couple of points to make here. First of all, Bill, I love you.
Thank you.
I watch everything that you do. Your program is the only program that I have ever taped for later viewing in my whole life. I'm 48 years old.
Thank you.
Number two, I am an over 25-year Republican. Because I believe Gore won the election, I am now an independent. Number three, Barbara, you are a witch on a witch hunt. You did not have courage to write this book. You wrote this book for money. You wrote about the most famous person in the world, and you're making money off of Hillary. I saw how you conducted yourself during the election. You're one of my least favorite people. Number four is you Republicans need to understand that we can't eat money. Number five, I'm glad that we had a president like Bill Clinton. It's nice to know that we had a president that plays music, has sex, and even smoked pot, because that is certainly closer to the average American than you are.
This called Crossfire's tame compared to C-SPAN.
She is probably getting more government than she paid for. I'm getting more government than I paid for, and that's what I think is the problem. I wish we got less government, just the government we paid for.
I don't think I'm getting enough government right now. I mean, you know, George Bush is working part-time. He has a 26-day vacation. He comes home and he works half a day and goes to Camp David for the weekend.
Did you miss all of the things he was doing in August? Oh, come on.
Actually, I
Bill,
prefer he stay in Texas, to tell the truth.
You know, that's not true.
Barbara Olson said nice things about Hillary Clinton. What's one nice thing from you about George W. Bush?
George W. Bush, I think he really, I know that he really is sincere in his beliefs. He wants to do a good job, and he is working hard at it. I think his policies are misguided.
Bill Press is the co-host of CNN's Crossfire. New book coming out November 1st.
Spin This.
Barbara Olson is an author, attorney, and conservative commentator, author of Hell to Pay. New book coming out
in October, mid-October.
And the name?
The Final Days.
Thank you both for joining us. Hope you both come back.
Thanks, Peter.
Using the flight intercom, Hanjorin announced that the flight was hijacked. Flight 77 was the only flight where no one was stabbed by the hijackers. It's possible that Hanjorin didn't stab Captain Chick Burlingame and First Officer David Charlebois out of respect for fellow pilots. Hanjorin was the most skilled pilot of the 4 9/11 hijacker pilots. At 9:29 a.m., 1 minute after Flight 93 was hijacked, the terrorists aboard Flight 77 disengaged the autopilot and took manual control of the plane, turning and descending rapidly as it made its final approach toward Washington, D.C. The airplane was detected again on radar screens by controllers at Dulles, who mistook it for a military fighter at first glance due to its high speed and maneuvering.
Unfortunately, we'll be going back to Washington after my remarks. Secretary of Rod Page and Lieutenant Governor will take the podium and discuss education. I do want to thank the folks here at the Booker Elementary School for their hospitality. Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
If you're going to talk to your mother yourself, But you gotta think positive, you gotta stay calm. Okay, you gotta talk to your mother yourself, all right? Melissa? You're gonna be fine. They're gonna come get you. Oh my God.
Your forces occupy our countries. You spread your military bases throughout them. You corrupt our lands, and you besiege our sanctities to protect the security of the Jews and to ensure the continuity of your pillage of our treasures. You have starved the Muslims of Iraq, where children die every day. It is a wonder that more than 1.5 million Iraqi children have died as a result of your actions, and you did not show concern. Yet when 3,000 of your people died, the entire world rises and has not yet sat down. You have supported the Jews and their idea that Jerusalem is their eternal capital, and agreed to move your embassy there. With your help and your protection, the Israelis are planning to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Under the protection of your weapons, Sharon entered the Al-Aqsa Mosque to pollute it as a preparation to capture and destroy it. These tragedies and calamities are only a few examples of your oppression and aggression against us. It is commanded by our religion and intellect that the oppressed have a right to return the aggression. Do not await anything from us but jihad, resistance, and revenge. Is it in any way rational to expect that after America has attacked us for more than half a century, that we will then leave her to live in security and peace? You may then dispute that all the above does not justify aggression against civilians for crimes they did not commit and offenses in which they did not partake. This argument contradicts your continuous repetition that America is the land of freedom and its leaders in this world. Therefore, the American people are the ones who choose their government by way of their own free will, a choice which stems from their agreement to its policies. Thus, the American people have chosen, consented to, and affirmed their support for the Israeli occupation of the Palestinians. I sure haven't. The occupation and usurpation of their land and its continuous killing, torture, punishment, and expulsion of the Palestinians. The American people have the ability and choice to refuse the policies of their government, and even to change it if they want. The American people are the ones who pay the taxes, which fund the planes that bomb us in Afghanistan, the tanks that strike and destroy our homes in Palestine, the armies which occupy our lands in the Arabian Gulf, and the fleets which ensure the blockade of Iraq. These tax dollars are given to Israel for it to continue to attack us and penetrate our lands. So the American people are the ones who fund the attacks against us, and they are the ones who oversee the expenditure of these monies in the way they wish, through their elected candidates. As Flight 11 was 5 miles southwest of the Pentagon, it made a 330-degree turn. At the end of the turn, it was descending through 2,200 feet, pointed toward the Pentagon in downtown Washington.
Reproduction of the Liberty Bell. We're in front of the Treasury Building. Here's Aaron. Seal, U.S. Treasury. This is directly across. From the White House.
Hani Hanjorin advanced the throttles to maximum power and dove toward the Pentagon at a speed of over 530 miles per hour. At 9:37:46, Hani Hanjorin crashed the Boeing 757 into the west facade of the Pentagon, killing himself and all 63 passengers and 6 crew members aboard, along with 125 on the ground and in the Pentagon.
Roger. Stand by. We'll make it. Thanks, Bob Tango. Why are we doing that? I'm going to choke that guy. Why? Just remember, everything stays being recorded. I know. We'll be played back. It's all good. Right now we got quit 2-5, which we are not controlling. They'll come up on our aux. We've got team 2-3 going with. Okay, yeah, we got your weapons, start towel. Boston Center team, you got a question for you. Yes, sir. The military aircraft that are in the air right now. Yes, sir. We're wondering if we should tell them to return to base if they're just on training missions, or what you guys. No, they're actually on the active air per the DO out there. And launched early. Right. So everybody's up. You want them up? Yes, we did send the ones home in 105 that were on the training mission. They are sent home. The Panthers are out there for Modus. Right, I understand that. I'm talking about, I think there's somebody training up in Falcon X area right now. No. Oh, Falcon, stand by. Let me, if it's just in general, anybody that's training. So, anybody in training, send them home. Moving missions of Falcon, send them home. Right. I'll run it up to the Yeah, we're going to send, yeah, go ahead, send them home. Okay, bye.
Okay.
It's sketchy coming out of it.
Is it alright if Senator talks to him the whole way to Baltimore? Is he going to hold over Baltimore like...
We want Senator to maintain primary control. We just want them to be able to talk to us in an auxiliary free 234.6.
Okay. Do you care what altitude they go to Baltimore at? Just get down there?
As long as they get there.
Are they just going to hold over Baltimore?
Right now, man.
HFOD is coming out. Can I help you?
Latest report. Aircraft VFR 6 miles southeast of the White House.
6 miles southeast of the White House?
Yep. He's moving away?
Southeast of the White House?
Aircraft is moving away.
Okay. Moving away from the White House.
I got aircraft southeast of the White House. I came from Boston? Oh, we're going to turn and burn and crank it up. All right, here we go. This is what we're going to do here. Southeast of the White House right now.
Gopher 06, traffic is 11 o'clock and 5 miles northbound, fast moving, type and altitude unknown.
Gopher 06, we have traffic inside 12 o'clock.
Alright, you have the traffic, do you know what kind it is? Can you see?
Looks like a 757, sir.
A 757, can you estimate its altitude?
Looks like he's at low altitude right now, sir.
Gopher 86, thank you.
Traffic for Gopher 06 is still in a descent now, and looks like he's rolled out northeastbound.
Alright, thank you. Gopher 86, climb and maintain.
You get a military?
Yeah, stand by. Gopher 86, turn right and follow the traffic, please. Gopher 86, turn right, heading 080. We're going to vector you for the traffic.
Okay, 080, Gopher 06.
Hold on. Where's Langley at? Where are the fighters? It's squawking. They're going that hill. Okay, they're at 386 and going up north. HEB. I don't care how many windows you break. Answer 386. Why'd they go up there? Damn it. Okay. Push it back. That's control, Zach Belushi.
Hi, so 36 wrong.
Washington, this is
Gopher
Gopher 06.
06, guys.
Yes, sir, that aircraft is down. He's in our 12 o'clock position. Looks like it's just to the northwest of the airfield at this time, sir.
Gopher 86, thank you. Descend and maintain 2000.
While level above the ground and seconds from the crash, the airplane's wings knocked over light poles and its right engine smashed into a power generator, creating a smoke trail seconds before smashing into the Pentagon. The front part of the fuselage immediately disintegrated upon impact, while the mid and tail sections continued moving for another fraction of a second, with tail section debris penetrating farthest into the building. In total, the aircraft took 0.8 seconds to pass 310 feet through the 3 outermost of the structure's 5 rings and unleashed a fireball that rose 200 feet above the building.
I just want to get out of D.C.
Down the sidewalk. Right there.
send 480 units to cover Route 27 side of the Pentagon. All officials be advised we have to tighten up security.
The Pentagon. Be advised, the commanding incident of the triage. We have Wilmington County en route. What update? Okay, right now, we have an airplane that crashed into the Pentagon. It was, that's what they're saying, it's a plane. And at this time, we've got people who are coming out of the Pentagon who are injured. It's heliport side, it'll be the heliport side of the Pentagon.
It doesn't mean that someone could, that would be absolutely unusual for a plane to large.
The work and the worried
Let the people who know what they're doing do it.
Fidelity Funds Manager Program. To invest, call, click, or visit Fidelity.
This is a medicine. These are the cells in your body. You take most medicines and they scatter throughout your body to every cell. But right now, America's pharmaceutical company researchers are creating new smart medicines. They can ignore healthy cells and go straight to the disease. It may mean fewer side effects and increased effectiveness, leading to better ways to fight illnesses like leukemia, arthritis, and heart disease right where they live. Soon, there will be a lot more of these.
Lorraine Patterson, 99. Contact Chicago Center 124. Center America 660. Yeah. You got United 93? United 93. Yeah. Descended. Lorraine Patterson, 99. What's that? I was just saying, it looked like he descended there. I don't think so. United 93, verify 3. United 93, Cleveland. Do you have United 93 south of Chardon? We hear some funny noises. We're trying to get him. Do you have him? No. Thank you. United 93, Cleveland. United 93, verify your flight level 350.
Moments later, the hijackers, led by the Lebanese Ziad Dujarra, took over the plane's controls and told passengers, "Ladies and gentlemen, keep remaining seating. We have a bomb on board, so sit." Bingham and the other passengers were herded into the back of the plane. Within 6 minutes, the plane changed course and headed for Washington, D.C.
Okay, we'll come in super if you need to be. I don't care how many windows you break. Finally, I don't know. Yes, sir. 386. Why'd you go up there? Because the guy pushed out of it. God damn it. Okay, push it back.
Langley Command Post. Alright, this is Huntress with an active air defense scramble for quit 25 and 26. I repeat, an active air defense scramble for quit 2526. Scramble immediately. Time 1324. Authenticate Bravo X-ray. Scramble on a heading of 010. Flight level 290.
Looks like it's just to the northwest of the airfield at this time, sir.
Go for 86, thank you. Descend and maintain 2,000.
Okay, we're down to 2,000. And this is go for 06. It looks like that aircraft crashed into the Pentagon, sir.
Go for 86. Go for 06, thank you.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We're looking at a live picture from Washington, and there is smoke pouring out of the Pentagon. It would appear that there has been another major explosion, this one in the nation's capital. You are looking at a scene of apparent blast aftermath. There is smoke in the air over the Pentagon.
Several of the passengers made phone calls to loved ones who informed them about the two planes that had crashed into the World Trade Center.
Tuesday, 9:47 a.m. Hi, baby. Baby, you have to listen to me carefully. I'm on a plane that's been hijacked. I'm on the plane. I'm calling from the plane. I want to tell you I love you. Please tell my children that I love them very much. And I'm so sorry, babe. I don't know what to say. There's 3 guys. They've hijacked the plane. I'm trying to be calm. We're turned around. and I've heard that there's planes that's been flown into the World Trade Center. I hope to be able to see your face again, baby. I love you. Bye. End of message.
Elsa, it's Lynn. I only have a minute. I'm on United 93, and it's been hijacked by terrorists who say they have a bomb. Apparently, they have flown a couple of planes into the World Trade Center already, and it looks like they're going to take this one down as well. Mostly, I just wanted to say I love you, and I'm going to miss you. and please keep my love to my dad. And mostly, I just love you, and I just wanted to tell you that. I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to tell you that again or not. All my stuff is in the safe. The safe is in my closet in my bedroom. The combination is you push T for clear and then 0913, and then it should, and maybe pound, and then it should unlock. I love you, and I hope I can talk to you soon. Bye.
After the hijackers veered the plane sharply south, the passengers decided to act. Bingham, along with Todd Beamer, Tom Burnett, and Jeremy Glick, formed a plan to take the plane back from the hijackers. They relayed this plan to their loved ones and the authorities via telephone. Bingham got through to his aunt's home in California. Bingham stated, quote, "This is Mark Bingham. I want to let you guys know that I love you, in case I don't ever see you again. I'm on United Airlines, Flight 93. It's been hijacked," unquote. According to The Week, Hoagland formed the impression that her son spoke confidentially with a fellow passenger to form a plan to retake the plane. According to ABC News, the call cut off after about 3 minutes. Hoagland, after seeing news reports of the plane's hijacking, called him back and left 2 messages for him, calmly saying, "Mark, this is your mom. The news is that it's been hijacked by terrorists. They are planning to probably use the plane as a target to hit some site on the ground. I would say go ahead and do everything you can to overpower them, because they are hell-bent. Try to call me back if you can." Bingham, Burnett, and Glick were each more than 6 feet tall, well-built and fit. As they made their decision to retake the plane, Glick related this over the phone to his wife, Liz. Fellow passenger Todd Beamer, speaking to GTE Verizon, Lisa Jefferson, and the FBI, related that he too was part of this group. They were joined by other passengers, including Lou Knack, Rick Guadagno, Alan Bevan, Honor Elizabeth Wainio, Linda Gronland, and William Cashman, along with flight attendants Sandra Bradshaw and Cece Ross Lyles, in discussing their options and voting on a course of action, ultimately deciding to storm the cockpit and take over the plane.
Turn the TV, they hit the Pentagon! They hit the fucking Pentagon!
Well, then I don't know if it was a bomb or what. You can see it in the distance, the reports.
Well, something blew up, that's for sure.
The American government and press still refuse to answer the question, why did they attack us in New York and Washington? If Sharon is a man of peace, then we are also men of peace. America does not understand the language of manners and principles, so we are addressing it using the language it understands. At the time of the attacks, approximately 18,000 people worked in the Pentagon, 4,000 fewer than before renovations began in 1998. The section of the Pentagon that was struck, which had recently been renovated at a cost of $250 million, $448 million in 2026, housed the Naval Command Center. The fatalities in the Pentagon included 55 military personnel and 70 civilians. Of those 125 killed, 92 were on the first floor, 31 were on the second floor, 2 were on the third. 7 Defense Intelligence Agency civilian employees were killed, while the Office of the Secretary of Defense lost 1 contractor. The U.S. Army suffered 75 fatalities, 53 civilians, 47 employees and 6 contractors, 22 soldiers, while the U.S. Navy suffered 42 fatalities, 9 civilians, 6 employees, 3 contractors, and 33 sailors. Lieutenant General Timothy Maude, an Army Deputy Chief of Staff, was the highest-ranking military officer killed at the Pentagon. Also killed was retired Rear Admiral Wilson Flagg, a passenger on the plane. Lieutenant Mary Ray Soper, JAGC, USNR, was also on board the flight and was the first Navy judge advocate ever to be killed in action. Rescue efforts began immediately after the crash. Almost all the successful rescues of survivors occurred within half an hour of the impact. Initially, rescue efforts were led by the military and civilian employees within the building. Within minutes, the first fire companies arrived and found these volunteers searching near the impact site. The firefighters ordered them to leave as they were not properly equipped or trained to deal with the hazards. As firefighters attempted to extinguish the fires, they watched the building in fear of a structural collapse. One firefighter remarked that they pretty much knew the building was going to collapse because it started making weird sounds and creaking.
We got, well, here's the deal. The one at Stockbridge, the 2 birds at Stockbridge, they just did a quick turn. They got no weapons. They just go around and straight around up to the range. They blew all their load. I know, but we got 2, though. They're loitering, and we're going to send them down to do an investigation. 2 from Stockbridge are airborne already. I got 2 more from Toledo. That special track's over over the lake right now. So, what are we going to do with it if it isn't? What are we going to do? I got to give my guys direction.
American 1060. You got United 93? United 93. South of Chardonnay has descended. What's that? I just saying, it looked like he descended there. I don't think so. United 93, verify 350. United 93, Cleveland. Go ahead, Frankie. Do you have United 93 south of Chardonnay? We hear some funny noises. We're trying to get him. Do you have him? No. Thank you. United 93, Cleveland. United 1523, did you hear your company, did you hear some interference on the frequency here a couple of minutes ago, screaming?
Yes, I did, 797, and we couldn't tell what it was either.
Okay. United 93, Cleveland, if you hear the center right then.
An American 1060, a ditto on the other transmission.
The American 1060, you heard that also?
Yes, sir, twice.
Roger. We heard that also, thanks. I just wanted to confirm it wasn't some interference.
They got them sit down. Keep remaining sitting. We have the ball board. So it's
Melissa, can you hear me? Melissa, it's going to be all right. Breathe slow. Stay close to the floor. Okay, Melissa? It's going to be all right. Just stay close to the floor. Breathe slowly. It's going to be okay. Oh, my God. Melissa. 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 ACD, you still there, dear?
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh.
God.
Hold on, baby.
Let's listen in for just a little bit. CBS News is telling a little more about what's happening in Washington.
Was a witness, and she said that she saw an American Airlines airliner plowing into one part of the Pentagon, the part that's known to be a heliport there at the headquarters of the Defense Department. She said it was an American Airlines passenger plane, from what she could tell, apparently hijacked, and that's why the FAA right now has grounded all flights throughout the country, apparently a move to prevent any more hijackings.
Walk us through what the scenario is and the training that you've been given in the event that somebody comes to try and take control of your aircraft.
Well, this is really a weird one, but most of the time when there's someone tries to overcome the crew and hijack the airplane, we go where they want to go. That makes a lot more sense than risking the lives of everybody on board to have a fist fight in the air. But this is off the wall. I mean, for someone to hijack an airplane and deliberately crash it, I just don't. I can't imagine that.
Well, Dave, we're being told now that Pentagon officials have ordered an evacuation of the Pentagon. In other words, abandon ship. Get out of the Pentagon.
The West Wing of the White House now has been evacuated amid terrorist threats. President Bush confirms this was a terrorist attack. Now three attacks involving airplanes, 2 of them crashing into each tower of the World Trade Center, 1 now into the Pentagon.
Well, Eric, it seems pretty obvious we are at war. We are not sure with whom at the moment.
President Bush vowing to find those responsible to make them pay. But a very logical step in mind of a terrorist. If you are going to attack the United States, you expect retaliation. So therefore, you strike at the center of where that retaliation would come from, at the Pentagon, where the Joint Chiefs of Staff and Colin Powell supposedly would be at this point today. We don't know the damage at the Pentagon. The White House has been evacuated now. The president presumably has been taken to a safe location, and with that attack on the Pentagon, that may make it even more difficult to gather the necessary intelligence information to find out exactly who is responsible for these 3 attacks.
Well, we first heard of the Oklahoma City blast. Everybody leapt to the conclusion that it was Middle East terrorists, and it turned out, of course, to be Timothy McVeigh. And people, I think, are leaping to the same conclusion right now. And again, until there is some definite evidence, it's unfair to expect any kind of action. And it would appear, with the damage this did to communications, it may be a while before we know anything specific. The president definitely has said that this is a terrorist attack.
Fire Department 408. This is 16. Let me talk to the caller, PD. 1697. Let me talk to the caller. Where is he? He's on the line. Let me talk to him. Where's the fire, sir? There's smoke. Really bad. 105, 2 tower. All right, sit tight. We'll get to you as soon as we can. There's some staying up, but the smoke's really bad, man. We can barely leave. That's all we can do. Where are you? What floor are you guys up to? We're getting there. Doesn't feel like it, man. I got young kids. I understand that, sir. We're on the way. He's on the 105th floor, the northwest corner. Yeah, no problem. Little operator? Yeah. Come on, man. Okay, we have everything, sir. I know you do, but it doesn't seem like it. You got lots of people up here. I understand. I know you got a lot in the building, but we're up on the top. Smoke rises, it's really good. We're on the floor, we're in a window. And then we have to do and breathe now. Can't see. Okay.
You then saw the plane go into the building, and I assume you saw the resulting...
You better believe it. I saw an explosion like I have never seen, and all I can say is those people, I don't know, but they're all definitely disintegrated. It was the most awful thing I've ever seen. It was so sad. I was like a nervous wreck.
The destruction of the Twin Towers has been called the most infamous paradigm of progressive collapse. Precedents include the 1968 Ronan Point collapse and 1973 Skyline Plaza disaster.
The first fire official on the scene was Captain Jim Small, and later said it was like a bad dream.
Everything just started falling out of the middle. And then all these guys start running for the sides. On top of this platform, there's 3 decks up. And you just see guys dropping out of sight. Just walking along. Just down, that's it.
Each collapse began with the local failure of a few structural components and progressed to encompass the whole of the structure. Such collapses are characterized by the separation of structural components, including non-load-bearing elements, the release of gravitational energy, and the occurrence of impact forces. The vertical impact force supplies the propagating action. The principal forces are parallel, and the primary load transfer is serial. The key element in the structure that failed was constituted by the combined vertical load-bearing members of one entire story, excepting the top floors of the building, which would not have released sufficient gravitational energy to bring about a total collapse. The collapses could have begun with the failure of any story. Under these conditions, the towers collapsed symmetrically and more or less straight down, though there was some tilting of the tops of the towers and a significant amount of fallout to the sides. In both cases, the section of the building that had been damaged by the airplanes failed, which allowed the floors above the impact zone to fall freely onto the undamaged structure below. As the collapse progressed, dust and debris could be seen shooting out of the windows several floors below the advancing destruction caused by the sudden rush of air compressed under the descending upper levels. During each collapse, large portions of the perimeter columns and the cores were left without any lateral support, causing them to fall laterally towards the outside, pushed by the increasing pile of rubble. Consequently, the walls peeled off and separated from the building by a large distance, about 500 feet in some cases, hitting neighboring buildings and starting fires that would later lead to the collapse of Building 7. Some connections broke as the bolts snapped, leaving many panels randomly scattered. The first fragments of the outer walls of the collapsed North Tower struck the ground 11 seconds after the collapse started, and parts of the South Tower after 9 seconds. The lower portions of both buildings' cores, 60 stories of WTC-1 and 40 stories of WTC-2, remained standing for up to 25 seconds after the start of the initial collapse before they too collapsed. Aside from the structural damage, the impacts also removed fireproofing from a large part of the impact zone. As a result, the structural steel heated rapidly. This had a number of results. Core columns were weakened and also began to shorten due to creep. The hat truss resisted this by shifting a small amount of weight to the perimeter. Meanwhile, web diagonals of the 60-foot trusses supporting the long-span tenant floor area began to buckle, causing the floors to sag by more than 2 feet. This pulled in the perimeter wall. Eventually, one entire wall buckled and the building collapsed. The North Tower lasted around 47 minutes longer than its twin, having been struck 17 minutes before the South Tower was attacked, and standing another half hour after the South Tower collapsed. This was because Flight 11 struck more or less in the center, causing more symmetrical impact damage to the North Tower's core, and leaving more of its structural support intact. The fires also took more than an hour to spread to the south side of the building, where there was fireproofing damage. Traveling at 440 miles per hour, Flight 11 crashed through floors 93 and 99, leaving only 10 floors worth of structural weight pressing down on the damaged, burning section of the North Tower. Flight 175's much higher impact speed inflicted structural damage even more catastrophic than Flight 11's, which was compounded by the plane slicing through a corner rather than the center, unbalancing the South Tower on one side. The uneven weight distribution was significantly aggravated by Flight 175 crashing much lower down, between floors 77 and 85, resulting in double the pressure on both the perimeter wall columns and core columns than in the North Tower, and causing them to snap more quickly. The difference in the impacts was such that a senior FDNY chief reportedly expressed strong disbelief that the North Tower would collapse even after witnessing the collapse of the South Tower, because the North had not been struck at a corner. When the columns failed, the entire building above fell onto the first intact floor beneath impact. The vertical capacity of the connection supporting an intact floor below the level of collapse was adequate to carry the load of 11 additional floors if the load was applied gradually, and 6 additional floors if the load was applied suddenly, as was the case, since the number of floors above the approximate floor of collapse initiation exceeded 6 in each WTC tower, 12 floors in WTC 1, and 29 floors in WTC 2. The floors below the level of collapse initiation were unable to resist the suddenly applied gravitational load from the upper floors of the building. From there, collapse proceeded through 2 phases. During the crush-down phase, the upper block destroyed the structure below in a progressive series of floor failures, roughly 1 story at a time. Each failure began with the impact of the upper block on the floor plate of the lower section, mediated by a growing layer of rubble consisting mainly of concrete from the floor slabs. The energy from each impact was reintroduced into the structure in the subsequent impact and concentrated in the load-bearing elements directly affected by the impact. This overloaded the floor connections of the story immediately beneath the advancing destruction, causing them to detach from the perimeter and core columns. The perimeter columns peeled away and the cores were left without lateral support. This continued until the upper block reached the ground and the crush-up phase began. Here, it was the columns that buckled 1 story at a time, now starting from the bottom. As each story failed, the remaining block fell through the height of the story onto the next one, which it also crushed until the roof finally hit the ground. The process accelerated throughout, and by the end, each story was being crushed in less than 1/10 of a second.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Give us this day our daily bread.
Forgive us of our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us.
Lead us not into temptation,
But deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom,
and the power, and the glory, forever and ever.
Amen.
Amen.
You ready? Let's roll.
According to the 9/11 Commission report, after the plane's voice data recorder was recovered, it revealed pounding and crashing sounds against the cockpit door, and shouts and screams in English. "Let's get him!" a passenger cries. A hijacker shouts, "Allahu Akbar!" God is great. Jarrah repeatedly pitched the plane to knock the passengers off their feet, but the passengers apparently managed to invade the cockpit, where one was heard shouting, "In the cockpit! If we don't, we'll die!" At 10:02 a.m., a hijacker ordered, "Pull it down! Pull it down!" The 9/11 Commission later reported that the plane's control wheel was turned hard to the right, causing it to roll on its back and plow into an empty field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, at 580 miles per hour, killing everyone on board.
Pentagon and our correspondent Thelma Lebrecht.
As though the word could not get worse, officials here in the Pentagon parking lot are moving everyone out of the Pentagon parking lot because they...
Right, that's the office we're in. There's 3 of us in here.
This is as close as we can get to the base of the World Trade Center.
We're looking at the financial center. 3 of us, 2 broken windows. Oh, God!
Oh, wait. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, the building fell. Are you there? The building just fell.
Which?
Oh, my God, the south building just crumbled from the top. Oh, my God, the building just fell. The entire World Trade Center on the south building just fell. I just saw the whole thing. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I can't see anything now. The whole thing went down. Oh, my God. Oh, I saw the building crumble. It's all the way down. I can't see at what point it's still standing. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
What John is saying is true. Let's go to the trade tower again, because, John, we now have a... What do we have? We don't...
It looks like a new plume, a new large plume of smoke.
Dan, can you tell us what has just happened?
Yes, Peter, it's Don Daly down here. I'm 4 blocks north of the World Trade Center. The second building that was hit by the plane has just completely collapsed. The entire building has just collapsed, as if a demolition team set off. When you see the old demolitions of these old buildings, it folded down on itself, and it is not there anymore.
Back at WTC-1, in the moment before his death, Judge was repeatedly praying aloud, "Jesus, please end this right now. God, please end this." The South Tower collapsed, and debris went flying through the North Tower lobby, killing many inside. Judge died at this moment too, struck and killed by the debris, according to a later interview with 1st Battalion Chief Joseph Pfeiffer. It was initially believed that he had suffered a heart attack.
I'm okay.
How's the way out of here? Yeah, right here.
The peace prayer of St. Francis. O Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. And where there is sadness, joy.
Bank angle, bank angle. 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 Bank angle, bank angle.
There it goes, it's going. It's going down now. It's going down now. There it collapses. Oh. It just collapsed. Oh, those poor people. Oh, God. The second tower is gone. Both towers are gone. Oh, God.
There is a disagreement among some family members of the passengers and the investigative officials as to whether the passengers managed to breach the cockpit or even break the cockpit door. The 9/11 Commission report concluded that the hijackers remained at the controls but must have judged that the passengers were only seconds from overcoming them. Many of the passengers' family members, having heard the audio recordings, believed the passengers breached the cockpit and killed at least one of the hijackers guarding the cockpit door. Some interpreted the audio as suggesting that the passengers and hijackers struggled for control of the yoke. At 10:03:11, near Indian Lake in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the plane crashed into a field near a reclaimed coal strip mine known as the Diamond T Mine, owned by PBS Coals in Stony Creek Township in Somerset County. The 757 had between 5,500 to 7,000 U.S. gallons of fuel remaining, which exploded and released a fireball that scorched a nearby hemlock grove. Far-flung debris that made up a third of the aircraft, including the cockpit, continued into the woods, demolishing trees on 163 acres owned by the Lambert family, and damaging the nearby residence of Barry Hoover. The rest of the aircraft buried itself in dirt that had been transported to the abandoned strip mine for reclamation efforts in the 1990s. The fuselage and wings shattered as they burrowed into the earth. One of the engines ultimately ended up in a catchment pond just 2,000 feet away from the main impact site. The National Transportation Safety Board reported that the flight impacted at 563 miles per hour at a 40-degree nose-down inverted attitude. The impact left a crater 8 to 10 feet deep and 30 to 50 feet wide. The coroner ruled that everybody on board who was still alive at the time of the crash died instantly of blunt force trauma.
That should be it.
Thanks very much.
Completely collapsed.
The whole side has collapsed?
The whole building has collapsed.
The whole building has collapsed?
The building has collapsed.
That's the southern tower you're talking about.
Exactly. The second building that we witnessed the airplane enter had been, the top half had been fully involved in flame. It just collapsed. There is panic on the streets. Thousands of people running up Church Street, which is what I'm looking out on, trying to get away. But the entire, at least as far as I can see, the top half of the building, at least half of it, I can't see below that, half of it just started with a gigantic rumble, folded in on itself, and collapsed in a huge plume of smoke and dust.
We're talking about massive casualties here at the moment, and we have...
Whole site! It's gone! The whole tower! It's gone! Holy crap! They knocked the whole freaking thing down! The whole tower is there! Holy goddamn! They did it! It's down! The second tower's down!
Officials saw a cornice of the building move and ordered an evacuation. Minutes later, at 10:10, the upper floors of the damaged area of the Pentagon collapsed.
Was responsible for it and who's since been charged in it. In this case, I think this ratchets up.
Excuse me. This is the Pentagon we're looking at now, according to my monitor.
First of all, let's check in with Dave Staddard at the Pentagon. Dave?
It collapsed right now. As you can see, I assume you're taking our picture. I do not have a monitor, but right now we just had a middle section here of the E-ring of the Pentagon collapse from the amount of fire and destruction from this. So obviously there was a great deal of damage here. It just collapsed. We don't know who is inside or how many people were inside. You heard somebody, one of the people who was inside the building, talk to us a short time ago and said this E-ring of the Pentagon has a great many senior officials. So if somebody was planning something, this might have been the place if they wanted to get senior officials. Again, most of the fire on the outside of the building has been extinguished. There's still some spot fires on the outside of the building, and still, from what I can see, a great deal of fire inside. So now you have a gaping hole on the west side of the Pentagon here at Washington Boulevard, and this collapse just happened. It was not an explosion, a secondary explosion. This apparently the damage from the great deal of fire and the structural damage from the plane crash.
Any word yet, Dave, on casualties?
Other than seeing the two people we saw medevac who had serious burns, I can't confirm any others. They've been working on people, but we don't know what's inside that building, to be honest with you.
So
certainly anybody in those windows or in those offices by those windows, you have to be very, very concerned about right now.
All right, Dave Staddard, reporting from the Pentagon here. You can see from Dave's camera shot several people being escorted out of the Pentagon. The Pentagon is being evacuated, as is the White House, the U.S. Capitol.
Most monuments, museums, the city basically, as you've heard from Frank Herzog and from photojournalist Rick Armstrong near the Washington Monument, closed down. Almost everything is closed down.
As you can see, a portion of the Pentagon has collapsed. This happened after a jet apparently deliberately plowed into the Pentagon.
The collapsed area was about 90 feet at its widest point and 50 feet at its deepest. The amount of time between impact and collapse allowed everyone on the 4th and 5th levels to evacuate safely before the structure collapsed.
Came to the podium to call it a national tragedy and ordered the full research.
We're gonna switch back to the studio here for a second. One of the World Trade Center towers now has collapsed. One of the two World Trade Center towers has just fallen. There is nothing but smoke, nothing but debris. The tower with the radio antenna on it is still standing. Oh my goodness. It looks like somebody dropped a bomb on Lower Manhattan. The entire section of Lower Manhattan is obscured now by smoke. From the Hudson River on northward, we can see nothing now of Lower Manhattan other than the smoke from the tower. If you have seen the movie Independence Day, as the smoke and destruction rolls through the concrete canyons of Manhattan, this is what we are looking at now. One of the World Trade Center towers has collapsed. David Mathau, our reporter, who is near the scene now, reported it. Said it looked like it had imploded. Looking at the video now of the World Trade Center with only one tower standing, it looks like somebody with a tooth knocked out. It is amazing to see that.
More than that. That's what I heard on the scanner. I just saw the smoke come up, and the explosion shook the house clear over here, and we are, 15 miles from Lambertsville.
The South Tower's collapse shattered windows and damaged other exterior elements along the North Tower's southern and eastern facades, although this was insufficient to cause its subsequent collapse. After the South Tower fell, NYPD helicopters relayed information about the deteriorating conditions of the North Tower, while FDNY commanders issued orders for firefighters in the North Tower to evacuate. With radio communications meant firefighters inside the North Tower did not hear the evacuation order from their supervisors on the scene, and most were unaware that the other tower had collapsed. An NYPD officer advised at 10:06 a.m. that the North Tower was not going to last much longer and recommended that emergency vehicles be pulled away from the complex. At 10:20 a.m., the NYPD aviation unit reported that the top of the tower might be leaning, and a minute later confirmed that the North Tower was buckling on the southwest corner and leaning to the south, prompting an officer to begin urging all NYPD personnel in the building's vicinity to retreat at least 3 blocks in every direction. The aviation unit declared at 10:27 that the roof is going to come down very shortly, and this was proven correct less than a minute later when the North Tower collapsed at 10:28 a.m., 1 hour and 41 minutes after being struck. Because all escape routes from at, above, or immediately below the impact zone were severed when Flight 11 crashed between floors 93 and 99, no one above the 91st floor survived. The collapsing towers generated enormous clouds of dust and debris that enveloped lower Manhattan. Light dust reached as far as the Empire State Building, 2.93 miles away. The debris cloud from the North Tower collapse was also larger and more widespread than the South Towers, the result of dust from the South Tower being kicked up by the collapse of the North.
And it shook the heck out of the house. I don't know what else is happening. They ran one into the Pentagon and into the World Trade Center, and we're watching it on TV.
North end is busy. I want the units to come in and be attacked. The tower's down. Be advised, the North Tower is down. All personnel, be advised, the North Tower is down.
Holy shit.
Be advised, the whole North Tower is down.
That's it. That's the biggest disaster in the world, probably. Right there.
What unit request assistance? Unit requesting assistance out there, one location. Unit requesting. Yeah, citywide central, yeah, Harbor Bay, Harbor Bay.
police were trying desperately to evacuate people from the area. When that explosion occurred, it was like a scene out of a horror film. People started stampeding away from it.
Patty, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. We told you there was a second plane that went down, this one around 80 miles or so southeast of Pittsburgh. We'll try now to connect with KDKA TV in Pittsburgh. Well, just so much for planning. We tried, we will try again. We have reports that a plane has crashed in the Pittsburgh area, southeast of Pittsburgh, about 80 miles. And at varying times, we've heard that this was a 767 and a 747. I'm not sure it matters which it is. What matters is that a plane has crashed in the Pittsburgh area.
Okay, I was out in the yard getting coal in for the morning, for the winter time. The plane came right along this ridge top, right along that, there's a knoll back behind the memorial, and it was coming in like this, and I was outside screaming. And I thought, well, that plane's coming to my house at 580 miles an hour. All it was going like this, it made like a 45-degree angle, and flipped upside down at 10:03 a.m.
Here it comes! It's gonna jump right over this building. Get in here!
Come on!
Get in here, Marty!
Estamos en el sótano de un edificio, no sabemos en cuál.
Yeah. Let's see what opens up here. Get out.
Bye.
You've repeated.
Open the door!
Here comes the dust. Come on, what the fuck? Everyone's left. Shut that door. Somebody better close the door. We're gonna let the dust come in. What are we on? Keys to these fucking doors. Get everybody get in here. Shut that door. Open the door for us. No, we got more people out here. Marty, we're not going to get anywhere with all this dust. I'm trying to. Come on, Buffy, come on, let's go. Come on, the dust is coming. Get in here. Everybody in one room, now. I was in this before, I know what it's like. When the first one collapsed, the dust followed us like a firebomb.
Right. I yelled at my partner, and we both started running. I ran directly north, and he ran out into the field a little bit. There was a flash, a horrific crunch. There was a fireball. When I felt the fire, that's when I dove on the ground and slid underneath the van and crawled all the way underneath the van out the other side, and shortly after that, I could see Mark was okay. There was debris falling down from everywhere, and at that point, we began to try and take charge of what was going on and do what we could to do to help anybody else.
Sergeant Churchill on here? Sergeant Churchill on here? Oh, one fucking day this is, huh?
I don't know.
If everything went
just
good.
like what you just seen, that's what we went through before we came out of the building. Then when we get out the building, then another smoke cloud came. We had to go through that smoke cloud again. Mom, I just want you to know I'm all right. I don't know what else to tell you. We came from the 82nd floor, and I don't know what my papers are. I don't know. I hope to God you're okay. That's all I can say. I don't know what. We saw a shadow. It looked like a plane. Next thing we know, it was boom, and the floor started shaking. And then we saw debris fall down, and next thing we know, we had to get out of the building. We stuck on the stairs for a while. We finally got down to the lobby. Then we get to the lobby. It was this big explosion. I don't know what it was. It's just a cloud, just like what you just saw. big cloud of smoke like
We
that.
thought we escaped that.
We
And
escaped, and then we wanted to come out and run
we
to
saw
it.
a wall of clouds like pyroclastic. It was heading toward us. That's when we started running. I thought we'd be able to outrun it, but we couldn't. It was pitch black. It was like a comet just hit the earth.
Like a comet?
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at your clouds. Look at
Mike, pick it up, Mike.
Stay on that. On the last one. There's nobody up on 23? No, they evacuated everybody down. They're probably going to the bus. Thanks. Yeah.
Over the course of the day, fires burned out of control on several floors of 7 World Trade Center, the flames visible on the east side of the building.
On a ferry and came over, and we got about halfway across the Hudson River, and they announced that they were turning around and coming back, but they'd been told not to come into the city, at which point we came back and tried to, and so finally successfully found a boat owner to call our 5 UPN 9 crews here, or reporters and photographers.
Is being tested, and we will pass this test. We mentioned earlier, too, the planes that were down. 2 believed to be American Airlines. American is now questioning whether one of them was indeed theirs. The other 2 United Airlines jets that also went down, starting this morning at 8:45, hours ago.
We're looking at a live picture from Jersey City area toward Lower Manhattan, and you're looking where the World Trade Centers used to be. Now, on top of those World Trade Centers, when they were there, were the broadcast towers for most of the broadcast entities in the New York area. So most of you in America who will be watching us now are watching on various cable systems. Comcast cable, certainly, Dish Network, DirecTV. So we are UPN 9 News in New York.
During the afternoon, the fire was also seen on floors 6 through 10, 13 through 14, 19 through 22, and 29 through 30. In particular, the fires on floors 7 through 9 and 11 through 13 continued to burn out of control during the afternoon. At approximately 2 o'clock p.m., firefighters noticed a bulge in the southwest corner of 7 World Trade Center between the 10th and 13th floors, a sign that the building was unstable and might collapse. During the afternoon, firefighters also heard creaking sounds coming from the building. Around 3:30 p.m., FDNY Chief of Operations Daniel A. Negro decided to halt rescue operations, surface removal, and searches along the surface of the debris near 7 World Trade Center and evacuate the area due to concerns for the safety of personnel. The fire expanded the girders of the building, causing some to collapse. This led to the northeast corner core column, column 79, which was especially large, to buckle below the 13th floor. This caused the floors above it to collapse to the transfer floor at the 5th level. The structure also developed cracks in the facade just before the entire building started to fall. According to FEMA, this collapse started at 5:33 p.m. EDT when the East Mechanical penthouse started crumbling. Differing times are given as to what time the building completely collapsed at 5:21:10 p.m. EDT, according to FEMA, and 5:20:52 p.m. EDT, according to NIST. There were no casualties associated with the collapse. NIST found no evidence to support conspiracy theories, such as the collapse being the result of explosives. It found that a combination of factors, including physical damage, fire, and the building's unusual construction, set off a chain reaction collapse.
Dateline New York City, from where we're broadcasting, there are reports now that 2 more buildings at the World Trade Center complex, 2 more buildings of the World Trade Center complex are burning and are in danger of collapsing now. The fire is said to be in buildings 7 and 5. Buildings 7 and 5 of the World Trade Center. This morning, Trade Center towers 1 and 2 were hit by airplanes and then collapsed. For those of you familiar with the Lower Manhattan and the World Trade Center complex, a huge complex, there are a total of, there were a total of 7 buildings at the World Trade Center. How many people are dead, no one knows. Both the mayor of New York and various police spokesmen have said we should brace for the possibility that many, many people are dead as a result of this. And frankly, it's hard to imagine that they aren't. Although, as we pointed out earlier, people inside the World Trade Center towers, many people kept their heads, and as soon as they realized something was wrong, began to get out. Heroic New York firemen and policemen and many other workaday heroic New Yorkers helped in getting people out of the building, leading people out of the building, and so many lives were saved, but unquestionably many were lost.
After 11 o'clock, firefighters mounted a 2-pronged attack against the fires. Officials estimated temperatures of up to 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, 1,090 degrees Celsius. While progress was made against the interior fires by late afternoon, firefighters realized a flammable layer of wood under the Pentagon's slate roof had caught fire and begun to spread. Typical firefighting tactics were rendered useless by the reinforced structure, as firefighters were unable to reach the fire to extinguish it. Firefighters instead made fire breaks in the roof on September 12th to prevent further spreading. At 18 o'clock on the 12th, Arlington County issued a press release stating the fire was controlled but not fully extinguished. Firefighters continued to put out smaller fires that ignited in the succeeding days.
The deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war. This will require our country to unite in steadfast determination and resolve.
Muhammad Ali, the greatest, the champ, said, "I am a Muslim. I am an American. As an American Muslim, I want to express my deep sadness and anguish at the tremendous loss of life." He went on to say that if the culprits are Muslim, they have twisted the teachings of Islam. But, as I said, the attacks may already be making it difficult for certain groups in this country.
Inside this mosque, a prayer for peace. Outside, taunts from flag-waving teenagers.
Damn teenagers!
Arab Americans across the country, still stunned by the terrorist attacks, are now bracing for the aftershock. worried outrage over the bloodshed will be taken out on them.
We're just riding in our car, minding our own business, and somebody just said F you Arabs.
Her mother, Rada, no longer feels safe in the country she's lived in for 20 years.
Every time I stop where the stoplight, I look, like I'm just looking, and people, stick fingers at me and talk and go back to your countries and Arab, like a lot of bad words.
When you see the pictures of Palestinians in your homeland jumping and celebrating what happened in New York and Washington, what goes through your mind?
Basically, every nation, there's some people are ignorant.
They compare the Palestinians who celebrate the attack to the American teenagers waving a flag outside their mosque. To them, both represent just a handful of people who they say have an extreme point of view.
Well, what are you guys doing?
We're showing our love for our country.
Mr. Secretary, did you have any inkling at all, in any way, that something of this nature and something of this scope might be planned?
Charlie, we don't discuss intelligence matters.
You can help. Call 1-800-448-3543 to donate blood. You may also call 1-800-HELP-NOW, that's 1-800-435-7669, to donate cash by credit card. Donations may be mailed to American Red Cross, Post Office Box 37243, Washington, D.C. 20013.
On the afternoon of the attacks, photographer Thomas E. Franklin captured the now iconic image raising the flag at Ground Zero, depicting the U.S. flag being raised by firefighters upon a flagpole believed to have been Marriott property located on what remained of the hotel grounds.
Close your eyes and I'll kiss you. Tomorrow I'll miss you. Remember, I'll always be true. And then while I'm away, I'll ride home every day, and I'll send all my loving to you. Close your eyes and I'll kiss you. Tomorrow I'll miss you. Remember, I'll always be true. And then while I'm away, I'll ride home every day, and I'll send all my loving to you.
I'll have freedom. I'm an American. You motherfucker.
What's this medal on your shoulder here?
Medal?
Yeah, you have a medal, right?
Yeah, in my dick.
Is that a medal?
No, I ain't got no medal. I got a medal in my dick. Why? Why you asking?
Because it looks like you got a medal.
I love this bitch. Fuck you.
This is not a prison camp. These people are not technically prisoners. They're Palestinians. But every morning that they come to work in this Jewish settlement in the Gaza Strip, they're searched for weapons, for bombs, knives or guns.
Arlene Soberon, Arlene Soberon. Please pick up a white courtesy form for a message. Arlene Soberon.
Pat Dawson, thanks very much. We have some videotape, I understand, that we're going to show you from the West Bank. These are Palestinian celebrations in the wake of Tuesday's terror attacks in the United States. Apparently, Palestinians took to the street chanting, "God is great." People were throwing candy, distributing candy to passers-by. The U.S. government obviously has become increasingly unpopular, particularly in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, because Palestinians feel that the U.S. government has sided with Israel.
Gaza is not part of Israel, but since the Israeli army occupied it in 1967, it's been in charge and it still rules.
On the ground, I found the Israeli strike seemed to fuel support for Hamas and the extremists.
I asked, how does she feel about the suicide bombers in Haifa, in Jerusalem, and Tel Aviv? She said, we defend what they do. If nobody else goes to defend us, nobody is going to help us. She said, we would like to go ourselves as girls and do that.
Not to mention overseeing rebuilding a territory based on extremist libertarian capitalist principles run by like people who grew up as slumlords like Jared Kushner and his family, people who run hedge funds. They're going to run Gaza. They're talking about free market principles. What do you think that means to the people of Gaza? Beyond them not having a say in their own future and not having their own independence as a Palestinian state, what does that say? You're going to be put into slavery by Western capitalism. So here's the first one, New Gaza. Here you see all these massive skyscrapers on the Mediterranean coast. You have nice greenery everywhere. Looks like something you might find in like Bangkok or an Asian city, which has infrastructure that both looks like this and incorporates a lot of trees and greenery. Then you have like an oil rig. So here you have New Rafah, and then look at that, 100k permanent housing units, 200 education centres, 180 plus cultural and religious and vocational centres, and 75 medical facilities, powering Gazans with job, training and services. And here you have the average household income that will be by 2035, $13,000 a year. It's just the end of the Palestinian state. And we're watching it. It's coating in this like positive renewal projects. Like, how about you all pour that money in and then let Palestinians elect their own government? Like, how about you rebuild it and let them control their own borders? How about you rebuild it and let them control their own military? How about you rebuild it and let them have autonomy? Why is that not allowed as well? Why is that not allowed? And we know why it's not allowed. Israel would never sign up to this if it did not benefit them and it wasn't still part of their aims to completely dominate the whole Palestinian territory. It's ruled by the 1%. It's ruled by the 1%, it's colonialism by the 1%, and this is what the peace is about. This is why Trump wants peace between Thailand and Cambodia. This is why Trump wants peace between Pakistan and India. This is why Trump wants peace in Palestine. He doesn't actually want the peace, he wants a lack of conflict so the 1% can rule over the whole world.
You can do anything. Grab by the pussy.
But what does it say that the President of the United States over the weekend released a video of him pooping on the American people?
Various pieces of aircraft debris were found within the wreckage at the Pentagon. While on fire and escaping from the Navy Command Center, Lieutenant Kevin Schaefer observed a chunk of the aircraft's nose cone and the nose landing gear in the service road between rings B and C.
It's obvious is over there. That section of the wheel, one of the wheels. There was a section here that actually said American Airlines part number. Something, so it's definitely, we know this is American Airlines.
Something you only see in the movies, that a huge airplane looks to me like a 757 American Airlines, probably flying around 60 to 70 yards on top of my car.
Oh my goodness.
Everything was shaking. And the next thing we saw, that airplane crashed in the Pentagon. And kind of the Pentagon sucked in the airplane, so we didn't see any more part or any pieces of the airplane.
A piece of the aircraft actually landed and broke your windshield, as I understand it.
Just landed by the car. And
Unbelievable.
this is one of
It's almost macabre to have a piece of something like that in your hand, something that is a part of such a national, international, world tragedy.
Tell us what it is they were helping with, in a sense. Were they putting out fires? Were they trying to find people? What exactly were they doing?
They're doing everything. They're putting out fires, they're sorting through debris, they're moving mass quantities of debris. They have a almost like a chain setup of guys just moving debris piece by piece, trying to find bodies or survivors.
Was it noisy? Was it quiet?
There's a lot of noise down there. There's a lot of machinery running.
fine. You gotta see Candy.
How are you?
I'm a loving guy, and I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do, and I intend to do it. And this is a terrible moment.
You may well not know its name, but one of those companies is called Cantor Fitzgerald. Cantor Fitzgerald dominates the bond market. Last year, the firm did $50 trillion in business.
We have lost every single person who was in the office. We don't know of any, not a single one person getting down from the 101st to the 105th floors. I wasn't there because I dropped my baby off at school for my 5-year-old's first day of school, but that means that I get there late. That means I get to be alive. And anybody who got there early doesn't get to. It's unthinkable. I got a call as I was leaving my son's school that there was, a plane hit the Trade Center. So we went right down at the top of the building, and I saw a lot of smoke. And I knew it was not good. And not good. And all I was saying on the way down is, it's not good. This is not good. All I wanted was to hear one person say they were on 101. Just one person who was on 101. People coming out of the building, and I grab them, and they're sort of like out of it. And I take them and say, what floor are you on? And I got all the police around that door to shake people and say, what floor are you on? And they'd say 50. And I'd scream out there, I got 50, and a 60, and a 70. I got up to 91. And someone said they worked on the 91st floor, and they came down and they got out. And then the building collapsed. I don't have anybody. 700 of my families. I can't say it. 700 of my families. 700. I'm just one, but they were all 700. There's so many of them.
If they've seen him or knows where he is, to call us. He's got 2 little babies. 2 little babies.
Carol Phipps answered it, ran to get my sister-in-law, Mark's aunt, Kathy. He said to her, I wanted to let you know that I love you. And Kathy told him, well, we love you, Mark. And then she went to get me. I ran to the phone. Mark said, Mom, this is Mark Bingham. He gave me his last name. He was so rattled. He said, I want to let you know that I love you. I told him that we all love him. He said that he was on United Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco, and that there were 3 guys who had taken over the aircraft, and they say they have a bomb. I asked him, who are these people? And he seemed distracted, didn't hear the question, didn't answer. Then he came back on, said it's true, and I said, I believe you. I told him I love him, and then it went dead. He was not calling from a cell phone, he was calling from the airphone, probably at his seat. He was seated at the back of first class toward the front of the aircraft. It was a pretty light load that day. We were hoping that Mark had a chance to perhaps work with other passengers to thwart the intent of these hijackers.
There are reports that perhaps the passengers on that plane were able to overwhelm the hijackers.
We hope so. We know that Mark was a very active and take charge guy. He was a large man. It's likely, based on things that we've heard, that he was able to participate in at least thwarting the efforts of these people that took control of the aircraft. We know that of the 4 aircraft that were hijacked, his was the only one that didn't reach its target.
early in the morning on Friday, September 14th, Fairfax County Urban Search and Rescue team members Carlton Burkhammer and Brian Moravitz came across an intact seat from the plane's cockpit, while paramedics and firefighters located the two black boxes near the punch-out hole in the A through E drive, nearly 300 feet into the building. The cockpit voice recorder was too badly damaged and charred to retrieve any information, though the flight data recorder yielded useful information. Investigators also found a part of Nawaf al-Hazmi's driver's license in the north parking lot rubble pile. Personal effects belonging to victims were found and taken to Fort Myer. Investigators eventually identified 184 of the 189 people who died in the attack. The remains of the 5 hijackers were identified through a process of elimination and were turned over as evidence to the FBI. The U.S. Department of Defense released film footage on May 16, 2006, that was recorded by a security camera of American Airlines Flight 77 crashing into the Pentagon, with a plane visible in one frame as a thin white blur and an explosion following. The images were made public in response to a December 2004 FOIA request by Judicial Watch. Some still images from the video had previously been released and publicly circulated, but this was the first official release of the edited video of the crash. A nearby Citgo service station also had security cameras, but a video released on September 15, 2006 did not show the crash because the camera was pointed away from the crash site. The Doubletree Hotel in the nearby neighborhood of Crystal City also had a security camera video. The FBI released the video on December 4th, 2006, in response to a FOIA lawsuit filed by Scott Bingham. The footage is grainy and the focus is soft, but a rapidly growing tower of smoke is visible in the distance, on the upper edge of the frame, as the plane crashes into the building.
Video game war is heating up tonight. Nintendo's GameCube system is about to hit the stores, but some lucky people are already playing the games.
It's any video game fanatic's dream, a club where the music is blaring, lights are glaring, but instead of dancing, these club goers are getting down with a sneak peek of Nintendo's latest invention, GameCube.
This is awesome. This is video game heaven.
True Nintendo lovers like Irshad Hamid lined up as early as noon today just to be the first inside the Soho nightclub.
We're just waiting for the GameCube to come out.
It's a conspiracy. Let's play Seek and Hide.
Okay. 9, 11.
Mayday! Mayday! New York is under attack!
It is time. We will now strike at the heart of American defense and destroy the Pentagon with one swift and deadly blow.
Political activist Thierry Masson and filmmaker Dylan Avery claim that American Airlines Flight 77 did not crash into the Pentagon. Instead, they argue that the Pentagon was hit by a missile launched by elements from inside the U.S. government.
This rally took place near the site of what was the World Trade Center. A group of conspiracy theorists gathered to demand an investigation of who was really behind the terror attacks. It's all because of an internet film called Loose Change that is challenging the official version of 9/11.
The man in the video looks and acts nothing like bin Laden.
Scrutinized and challenged.
Are we supposed to believe that it disappeared into this hole without leaving any wreckage on the outside? To accept the official story of 9/11, you really had to accept hundreds of different coincidences all at once.
Dylan Avery is the film's writer, director, and narrator. Jason Burmis did the research, and Corey Rowe is the executive producer, a war vet who fought Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. In your mind, there is no question that it was actually a conspiracy.
Absolutely.
And say they've meticulously studied the events of September 11th.
The bottom line is that World Trade Center 1, 2, and 7 have to be controlled demolitions.
Some claim that the holes in the Pentagon walls are far too small to have been made by a Boeing 757. How does a plane 125 feet wide and 155 feet long fit into a hole which is only 60 feet across? What? In response to the conspiracy theorists' claim of a missile hitting the Pentagon, Mate Sozin, a professor of civil engineering at Purdue University, argues that, quote, a crashing jet doesn't punch a cartoon-like outline of itself into a reinforced concrete building.
Time for a new test using an F-4 Phantom jet. The US government wanted to test what would happen if a plane crashed into the concrete walls of a nuclear power station. The jet sets off, bolted to a track to prevent takeoff. It's doing 500 miles an hour. The plane atomized with the impact. It just disappeared into dust. Only the tips of the wings escaped total destruction. But the wall designed to move and absorb energy did its job well.
But look, what cuts is not the aluminum. What cuts is the fuel, the mass of the fuel in the wings. And as you go away from it, there is less and less mass. You see, you come with a mass at a velocity, then you reduce the velocity to a minimum. That means you have an acceleration or deceleration. And the mass times acceleration creates the force. Columns cut into the fuselage, and to talk about something ghoulish, when you looked at the bodies on the floor, the bodies of the people who stole the airplane was right here. And then the passengers went further on and on. The edges, the columns cut the wings, whereas near the fuselage, the wings cut the columns. And that's why it was smaller. It was that simple. You know, one didn't have to think very much.
All right. Is this recording?
Flight 93's
Hello?
hijacker,
Okay.
Saeed Al-Ghamdi, was a former Saudi fighter pilot. How could Hanyor be more experienced than him?
Yeah.
Yeah. On the morning of 9/11, Hani Hanyor and his 4 accomplices traveled to Dulles International Airport outside of Washington, D.C. They had spent the weeks beforehand at the Valencia Motel in Laurel, Maryland, 6 miles. The hijackers will board alongside Barbara Olson, the wife of Solicitor General Ted Olson, and a number of employees from Boeing, Raytheon, the Department of Defense, Lockheed Martin, American Airlines, the Navy, Army, and other government agencies.
Yeah, it's a weekday in Washington, D.C. What the fuck do you expect? You idiot.
Coincidence? I think...
Had Hani Hanjour wanted to inflict maximum damage,
I said Hanjour that time.
and nose down into the roof of the Pentagon. Instead, he begins a complicated 330-degree turn, dropping 7,000 feet and exposing himself for an additional 3 minutes.
And you don't want us exposing ourselves!
While executing a maneuver described by experienced pilots as nearly impossible, requiring professional expertise. In essence, an amateur pilot considered a waste of resources by instructors who was unable to control a small Cessna in August 2001, executed this nearly impossible maneuver in a 757 with skilled precision a month later.
This one's for professionals only!
Flight 77 manages to hit the only section that was reinforced to withstand a terrorist attack, including reinforced steel and blast-resistant Kevlar windows an 1.5 inches thick. The renovation, planning for which had begun in 1991, was only days away from completion.
Launch the missile now!
The classic airplane crash has wreckage. I mean, they found axles from the Ryder truck in Oklahoma City. I can't believe they can't find an engine.
Now when the MCs came to live out the name and to perform, some had snort cocaine to act insane.
As for the filmmakers,
You say this is a conspiracy. Isn't it possible that it was simply a colossal failure by the U.S. government?
For them to have been completely caught off guard by September 11th, we would have to believe that our government is, the Three Stooges.
When Flight 77 hit the Pentagon, one wing hit the ground, and the other was sheared off by the Pentagon's load-bearing columns, unquote. According to Architecture Week, the reason the Pentagon took relatively little damage from the impact was because Wedge 1 had recently been renovated. This was part of a renovation program that had begun in the 1980s, and Wedge 1 was the first of 5 to be renovated. The remains of passengers from Flight 77 were indeed found at the Pentagon crash site, and their identities confirmed by DNA analysis. Foreign governments, such as the Chinese Foreign Ministry, also confirmed the death of their citizens on board Flight 77. Many eyewitnesses saw the plane strike the Pentagon, and multiple survivors of the impact zone at the Pentagon described the smell of jet fuel from the crashed Flight 77 in their recollections of the attack. Proponents of World Trade Center controlled demolition theories alleged that 7 World Trade Center was intentionally destroyed with explosives. Unlike the Twin Towers, 7 World Trade Center was not hit by a plane, although it was hit by debris from the Twin Towers and was damaged by fires, which burned for 7 hours until it collapsed completely at about 5:20 p.m. on the evening of September 11th. In November 2010, Fox News reporter Geraldo Rivera hosted members of a television ad campaign called Building What? A series of commercials in which 9/11 family members ask questions about 7 World Trade Center and call for an investigation into its collapse.
I lost my son,
my nephew,
my uncle,
my son
on September 11th, 2001.
Most people don't know that a 3rd tower fell on September 11th.
World Trade Center 7, a 47-story skyscraper, was not hit by a plane.
Although the official explanation is that fire brought down Building 7.
Over 1,200 architects and engineers have looked into the evidence
and believe there is more to the story.
Rivera called the television ads, quote, not so easy to dismiss as those demonstrators were, and that if explosives were involved, that would mean the most obnoxious protesters in recent years were right, unquote.
9/11 was an inside job! 9/11 was an inside job! Preserve the truth!
Some proponents of World Trade Center controlled demolition theories suggest that 7 WTC was demolished because it may have served as an operational center for the demolition of the Twin Towers, while others suggest that government insiders may have wanted to destroy key files held in the building pertaining to corporate fraud. The WTC buildings housed dozens of federal, state, and local government agencies. According to a statement reported by the BBC, Loose Change film producer Dylan Avery thinks the destruction of the building was suspicious because it housed some unusual tenants, including a clandestine CIA office on the 25th floor, an outpost of the U.S. Secret Service, the Securities and Exchange Commission, and New York City's Emergency Command Center. The former chief counterterrorism advisor to the president, Richard Clarke, does not think that 7WTC is mysterious and said that anyone could have rented floor space in the building. At the time, no steel frame high-rise had ever before collapsed because of a fire, although there have been previous cases of collapses or partial collapses of smaller steel buildings due to fire. However, the ability of such a building to be completely destroyed by fire would be demonstrated by the collapse of the Plasco building in Tehran in 2017 and the Wilton Paydelma building in Sao Paulo, Brazil, the following year. In addition, NIST claims debris ejected during the collapse of 1 WTC caused significant structural damage in 7 WTC before the fire. In the PBS documentary America Rebuilds, which aired in September 2002, Larry Silverstein, the owner of 7WTC and leaseholder and insurance policyholder for the remainder of the WTC complex, recalled a discussion with the fire department in which doubts about containing the fires were expressed. Silverstein recalled saying, quote, "We've had such terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing to do is pull it. They made that decision to pull," he recalled, "and we watched the building collapse." Silverstein issued a statement that it was the firefighting team, not the building, that was to be pulled, contradicting theorists' allegation that pull was used in a demolition-related sense. Thomas E. Garr, a professor of materials science and engineering at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, dismissed the controlled demolition conspiracy theory. E. Garr remarked, "These people in the 9/11 truth movement use the reverse scientific method. They determine what happened, throw out all the data that doesn't fit their conclusion, and then hail their findings as the only possible conclusion."
Here they go through a second time. One of the men sets it off again. Now a screener wands him. With no questions, he heads to the gate.
Even when they went through the magnetometers and were stopped and pulled out for questioning, they still let them go through with the knives. They didn't even bother to look in the ditty bags they were carrying, which we now know had mace and tear gas, and that's gross negligence.
Awaf sets off 2 metal alarms, but the screener never resolves what set off the alarm.
They just walked onto the planes. I mean, those guys, I think they could have hauled AK-47s on those planes.
You can get through any of these things if the people on the job don't care. The visa applications, for instance, asked, what is your source of financial support while you're in the country? They put in myself.
19 men, many of whom didn't even speak English, had defeated every layer of airport security we had in place. The plot started, Khalid told interrogators, as a much grander plan. A plan he first pitched to bin Laden in 1996.
The original plot that Khalid Sheikh Mohammed had put together was to have as many as 10 or 12 aircraft hijacked simultaneously.
Some would blow up over the Pacific Ocean, while others would crash into targets in the United States, such as the FBI, the CIA, and nuclear power plants.
Nuclear. It's pronounced nuclear.
Last night, the government of North Korea proclaimed to the world that it had conducted a nuclear test.
And Khalid was to play a starring role.
Khalid wanted himself to hijack one aircraft and land it and read a grand statement of jihad, then blow the plane up.
Evidently, he was told by bin Laden, that's too ambitious. You really can't pull that off. That's too much. Cut it down.
America is under attack. The president continues listening to the children read for another 5 to 7 minutes. He explains to the commission his instinct was to project calm. It's a controversial decision, particularly to the families of some of the victims.
Why was the president allowed to sit there for as long as he was? Who was leading this country?
And most importantly, the CIA didn't put them on the State Department's tip-off list for wanted terrorists.
We made mistakes. Our failure to watch list Hazmi and Midhar in a timely manner, or the FBI's inability to find them in the narrow window at the time afforded them, showed systemic weaknesses in the lack of redundancy.
The CIA and FBI failed to cooperate in tracking down Hazmi and Midhar even after the agencies learned the 2 terrorists were in the United States.
The FBI asked the CIA for information on 2 of the hijackers in terms of their addresses. And the CIA responds, we're not allowed to tell you. And one of the FBI agents said, someday somebody is going to pay a big price for this and a lot of people are going to die. And that unfortunately came to fruition.
Did you tell the president at any time prior to August 6th of the existence of al-Qaeda cells in the United States?
First, let me just make certain.
If you could just answer that question, first, because I only have a very limited...
I understand, Commissioner, but it's
important
that I also address...
The PDB, Presidential Daily Brief, turned into a controversial smoking gun that was difficult for Rice to explain away.
Isn't it a fact, Dr. Rice, that the August 6 PDB warned against possible attacks in this country. And I ask you whether you recall the title of that PDB.
I believe the title was Bin Laden determined to attack inside the United States. There was no new threat information, and it did not, in fact, warn of any coming attacks inside the United States.
We heard all this talk. None of it was actionable. Your job as National Security Advisor and as President and as Vice President was to say, it's not actionable, make it actionable.
Isn't it possible that it was simply a colossal failure by the U.S. government?
For them to have been completely caught off guard by September 11th, we would have to believe that our government is, the Three Stooges.
Once inside, game fans say the experience was nothing short of exciting, with 32 big-screen, high-definition Panasonic TVs, each featuring one of Nintendo's highly anticipated games. What have you played so far?
I've played Super Smash Brothers.
From Super Monkey Ball to Wave Race, which lets players get a little wet and wild. And old favorites basketball and football look so real, you feel like you're part of the action.
coming here makes me sad on the one hand. It also makes me angry.
As of December 2017, the most common conditions certified by the World Trade Center Health Program were rhinosinusitis, gastroesophageal reflux disease, asthma, sleep apnea, cancer, post-traumatic stress disorder, respiratory disease, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, depression, and anxiety disorder. The most common cancers were skin cancer and prostate cancer.
11:25 and it's black as dirt.
The dust from the collapsed towers was wildly toxic, according to air pollution expert, University of California Davis professor, Emeritus Thomas Cahill. Most of the thousands of tons of debris resulting from the collapse of the Twin Towers was pulverized concrete, which is known to cause silicosis upon inhalation. The remainder consisted of more than 2,500 contaminants, more specifically 50% non-fibrous material and construction debris, 40% glass and other fibers, 9.2% cellulose, and 0.8% of the extremely toxic carcinogen asbestos, as well as detectable amounts of lead and mercury. There were also unprecedented levels of dioxins and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons from the fires, which burned for 3 months. Many of the dispersed substances are carcinogenic. Other substances can trigger kidney, heart, liver, and nervous system deterioration. Composition of the smoke and dust in the air was not fully understood at the time. The World Trade Center Health Program's Dr. Michael Crane touched upon this issue in an interview with Newsweek, stating, "We will never know the composition of that cloud because the wind carried it away, but people were breathing and eating it. What we do know is that it had all kinds of god-awful things in it, burning jet fuel, plastics, metal, fiberglass, asbestos. It was thick, terrible stuff, a witch's brew." These toxic exposures have led to debilitating illnesses among rescue, recovery, and cleanup workers, and the pulmonary fibrosis death of NYPD member Cesar Borja. Increasing numbers of cases are appearing in which first responders are developing serious respiratory ailments. also extended to some residents, students, and office workers of Lower Manhattan and nearby Chinatown. Dr. Edwin M. Kilburn, a high-level federal scientist, issued a memo on September 12, 2001, to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, advising against the speedy return to buildings in the area because of possible hazards from various toxic materials. On October 6, 2001, Associate City Health Commissioner Kelly McKinney said that proper safety protocol for WTC site workers was not being enforced.
Good morning from New York City today. It is a nasty day as cleanup efforts get underway. The soft rain that we saw earlier this morning has turned into a downpour, severely hampering rescue and cleanup efforts, making it very difficult for those thousands of very brave rescue workers to go into the debris field. It is muddy down there. It is slippery. There is great concern about the stability of what is left of the twin 107-story towers. About 1,000 rescue workers were pulled off their jobs last night because of the lightning and thunder that rumbled through the area. Many of them wearing slickers and rain gear today. Once again, they are working under extremely hazardous conditions. We're going to put up on the screen some of the video you were able to shoot on Wednesday night down at Ground Zero. Extremely treacherous conditions. Describe to us what you're seeing or what you saw as soon as this video comes up. Either one of you. I know this is difficult for you. And if you can't see the picture, just tell me what you saw when you went down there.
Okay, this is from building number 5. Actually, this was Ground Zero. There were just thousands of firefighters staging in the area at this time. I think the thing that impressed me the most at this point was the work of the operating engineers, the steel and structural people, who were removing huge chunks of debris and finessing these huge girders and stuff so that the firefighters and the rescue teams could actually go in and sift through the rubble.
City and New Jersey and Connecticut as we mourn the loss of thousands of our citizens. I can hear you. I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you. And the people who knocked these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
I'm sure they're out there right now thinking about new creative ways to come after us that don't involve any of those techniques at all, but something totally new.
Osama bin Laden released a training video, 100 minutes long, which was obtained by the Western media this summer. And I want to show a portion of that to you and give you a chance to respond to it, and we'll play it right now. These are followers of his chanting, "We have to fight every day, even to the shedding of blood in God's righteous path." There he is himself with his own rifle. They go on to say, "We thank God for granting us victory the day we destroyed the Cole in the sea." That's a USS destroyer that was hit last year. Those are his supporters marching. There you are, as Secretary of Defense visiting Saudi Arabia, used in this video to rally support for Osama bin Laden.
The son of a prominent Saudi family, successful business group with significant wealth. He went and served in Afghanistan with the Mujahideen during the war against the Russians. And he has, for whatever reason, developed this intense hatred of everything that relates to the United States. And his objective, obviously, is to try to influence our behavior, to force us to withdraw from that part of the world. And clearly he's not going to be successful.
He has stated unequivocally that he wants the United States out of the Middle East. He no longer wants the United States to be the ally of Israel. Will our relationship with Israel change in any way, shape, or form because of this event?
No.